Can't wait for 4 months of Factorio Giga Chad.
It's out of my hand, but I'm still in control. It's out of my hands. You can never take away the power of my
How did I... Can somebody... I need help. What? Can somebody explain to me if you have... If you can idle something on the calculator... I had either 54% or 55% damage reduction. I was doing the Fire God dungeon. I had the Wasteful Ring. I even had, oh, I think I had more than 54% because I even had the Yak and the Centaur. How did I die? What could I have possibly died to? I lost my fucking amulet. Now I gotta fucking grind this dumbass amulet again. Although I've got buffs now, so it's not as bad, but still. There must be a status effect from the enemy. Well, I imagine this calculator would take that into account, right? Like... Allegations of TwitchCon Amsterdam assault. Wait, what are we all talking about here? Oh my god. I don't know about how this combo is gonna go. I don't understand why... I just don't understand why I died. Somebody needs to explain this to me at some point, okay? Or maybe I'll just post on the subreddit. Singing about being assaulted at TwitchCon. No shot, dude.
To a party on this Saturday night. Free drinks all around, my crew are loving the vibes. A TwitchCon party where the big names all would be. Went to the bar just to order a drink, and then I felt you pushing on me. Trapped between arms and a bar so suddenly.
I can't get me out. Please get me out. We need oh fuck, I don't know if I need more viewers. Maybe we'll talk about it later. We need to talk about the fuck, you guys don't care because you're too stupid to care. You don't care about this. You don't care about this. You said you were in the Fire God dungeon. Oh, Little Earth, yeah, do you know how to play this game? I think I had... Well, actually, I can show you what I had. Hold on. Wait, let me show you my setup. You can tell me what the fuck is going on, okay? I don't know how the fuck I'm dying. Oh my god, do you think I could quote tweet that account and say that? Like, oof, I don't know how I feel about rape songs in the key of G. I think I would get in trouble. Okay. I'm farming this loser. So here is my... I'm missing my fucking Fez amulet now. But I think that... Does that give 3 or 4% damage reduction? Take a screenshot of this. And then also I've got a synergy here that should be giving me another 3% damage reduction. How am I possibly dying? So I'm missing my... I think the Fez amulet is another 3%, which... does that give you at 51? 51%? And then I think I was using... I might have been using the Volcanic Cape, what I think puts me at 54%. What HP? My HP's high as fuck, boy. It's 11,400. Right? Yes, 11,400. Oh my god, the Mount Gox Bitcoin! $3 billion worth of Bitcoin that was held on Mt. Gox Exchange 7 years ago will finally be released. I think I'm getting like $20,000 or $30,000. I'm supposed to give Hillshire $1,000 because I think he's the one that told me like 5 years ago to sign up for the thing. So Hillshire, if you were the person, then you're close to getting your payout. Maybe you got unlucky. Check your agility obstacles. What do you think the agility obstacles are killing me? How, wait. Wait, like they're giving added monster damage? The only negative thing I've got is... No, it can't possibly be. I think these are all optimized for combat. Hold on. They can reduce damage? What does that have to do with anything? The fire sorcerers inflict a status effect called Potion Bind, which is preventing you from using your potions. I'm just using a Diamond Luck Potion. That shouldn't have anything to do with my damage reduction. You will die with that gear. I'm asking how? I don't know how I could be dying. Like, between my Fez amulet here, and then, I think Volcano Cape? I think it's 54% damage reduction, plus my 2 Summoner's Tablets. Use combat simulate. Dude, I don't want to download. Why do you have 11,000 HP? Well, right now it's because I'm not using I don't have the Dragon Shield equipped, so it's not showing. This tells you you'll get hit for 4.8k and your lowest is 4.1. How? What am I missing? I don't understand. I have 2. You're missing a synergy here, I think, but... Oh, do you have the wasteful ring equipped here too? That's really important, because I have that wasteful ring as well. This ring here. Oh, you don't have that on. No, that makes a big difference. Bye, Mil. Be Milful. Love you. And it should be above and beyond even because I've got the synergy for my 2 tablets. So I don't even understand what could possibly have happened. Farming yeah, I have to get another one because I lost my amulet this morning. Should not die with this. Yeah. How am I dying? It's super annoying. I don't understand. Whatever it was rare because when I woke up I had like 60 scrolls, so it must have been idling it for like 3 or 4 hours. Run out of tabs? Nope, they're both still there. And I don't even think I need tabs to survive. Maybe I do, but even so. You didn't run out of food? No, of course not. I've got like fucking... I have so much random fucking food. 275,000 carrots, 4,000 manatees, or mana rays, whatever the fuck these are. Did you use prayer? I think I was using prayer, but I didn't run out of prayer either. It's here, 60,000 prayer points. Snape grass is better food than carrots? Is that true? Just leave it on overnight so we can see when you die? Is this guy the best person to farm for glory ammu drops? Also, is there some other amulet that I can wear or some other gear that I can wear that increases my... I've got the signet ring, I've got the chapeau noir hat or whatever. Guide for Fez. Oops. Ring of Wealth? I think the signet ring is better, right? The amulet of Ridus. Ridus Dick? Good one, dude. Oh, it's Scattered Goo Monster later for that. Okay. You'd get far more bounty hunter kills per hour if you use magic. I just don't care that much. Do I want to really be wasting ruins and shit on this guy? I don't even... Clue Chaser's Insignia increases rare drops. Does it actually? 10% increased chance to receive global rare items. Does that count as a global rare item? Scatter Goo Monster isn't worth it to use magic due to overkill monsters one time. Clue Chaser won't help. Oh, okay. JKK, before I go talk to these people real quick, do you know why I died? Can you figure out what could have killed me? Is it like a glitch that's happening, like offline?
End result is.
Hey, Nick, are you close to the flaw that Can't Close Vim lives in?
What the fuck did he just say?
That Can't Close Vim, close to the flaw that Can't Close Vim lives in?
Oh, what?
The football, bro.
The
What did you just say?
Okay,
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
It's a favela, excuse me.
Yeah, I'm the.
Did you have adventure mode selected? Yeah. What do you want to talk about that we don't care about? The Alzheimer's research is like fucked. It's actually fucked. And there's so much to talk about. It feels like there's a lot of basic heuristics, or not heuristics. There's a lot of basic image analyzing techniques that could be applied to scientific research that are just starting to get into it. But like, there is this like oligomer. Is that what they're called? There's this thing called we don't have to get technical. For a long time, people thought about Alzheimer's disease being caused by this thing, which was a amyloid beta star 5/6, I think, was this particular oligomer, basically. Oligomer, maybe it's an oligomer. This plaque that builds up in the brain. And that's what's causing Alzheimer's disease. And what's happening is the researcher that originally published this watershed study, groundbreaking research in 2006, it seems like they probably faked the images that they used to show that their data was good. The problem is that this particular amyloid beta star 5/6 thing that they claim is what's causing Alzheimer's disease, there is not a single other researcher that can accurately find this particular thing, this oligomer. They can't find it. Nobody's been able to find it. But because that research was so compelling, that study in 2006 was so compelling, it's like one of the most cited papers, and almost all of the research for treating Alzheimer's disease is based on this study. And the issue is we're just now figuring out, because there have been all these drugs that have been manufactured, one of which was approved by the FDA, that get rid of this, that clear up some of this plaque, but none of it seems to be helping people with Alzheimer's disease. Nobody's being helped. Nobody's actually like getting cured from Alzheimer's disease or even slowing the progression of the disease down. So they're approving therapies that aren't therapeutic, but they're just getting rid of this plaque. But now a data researcher has gone back and he's looking at some of the old images that were used across a lot of this other researchers' studies. So the person that published this 2006 study, Sylvain Lesnay, I don't know how to pronounce her name, But he's going through and he's looking at this guy's papers, and a lot of these papers seem to have just faked images, where he's starting to compare some of these, like, there are basically these techniques that you can get to do these, to separate out proteins from things that you're testing, to see if you can find certain proteins to prove, like, oh, look, this protein exists in a brain that's, like, getting fucked. But when you actually start breaking apart some of these graphs or some of these images and then comparing them, you find out that, like, wait, hold on. This is just another thing with the contrast turned up, or this is just another thing with the brightness turned down. These images are the same. It's fabricated data, not mistakes, and probably not artifacts, like fabricated data. Like, Jacob Kaboja, I'll go check that out later. But basically, so now it's starting to look like it might be the case, maybe. Now at the end of this article, they say, well, the plaque thing maybe could still be it. but all of the data and research and the hundreds of millions of dollars that have gone into drugs and everything to treat this might all be based on fraud, on just fabricated data. Yeah. Holy shit. How would this make it out of peer review? Could not one replicate it? Nobody could replicate it. I don't think, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think anybody else has been able to find this amyloid beta star 5/6 or whatever. I don't think anybody else has been able to find this particular thing that the Sylvain person originally was saying is probably what's causing Alzheimer's disease. I don't think anybody else has been able to find this. I don't think anybody else has been able to see it. I don't know if anybody even knows it exists. But in this huge study, only a handful of other groups have reported detecting amyloid beta 5/6. So maybe some have reported detecting it, but like maybe their research is sketch, who knows? But like it's something, like not even everybody can find this thing. Even that research is highly contentious. But people are like creating drugs and everything, trying to figure out like how to treat Alzheimer's disease based on this research. But it's Wilcock and others say, in fact, Wilcock and others say, several labs have tried and failed to find amyloid beta star 5/6. Although few have published those findings, journals are often uninterested in negative results, and researchers can be reluctant to contradict a famous investigator. Do you know about the replication crisis in general? Yeah, but the problem is that the replication crisis, people always say that it just has to do with social sciences, but it doesn't. There's a lot of issues related to peer review, but whenever you want to talk about it, people are like, oh yeah, gender studies and sociology, those don't pass peer review because they're not a hard science, but it's not true. A lot of scientific institutions have issues. The institution of peer review has issues related to research that are very hard to talk about. How can we prevent this in the future? I don't know. Well, I mean, having people that analyze just images for data fabrication is probably one important technique, because I think that's how this, I don't know how to pronounce this guy's name, Schrag, I think is how he first started to notice it. Apparently there's a website that it just looks at a whole bunch of images and studies, and it is incredibly, primitive, or what am I looking for? Like very basic. They're not actually analyzing the data or going through like anything complicated. They're just looking at images and seeing, is there evidence of tampering or fabrication of the images? That's all they're doing. Rudimentary, incredibly rudimentary. Nothing complicated, nothing that you need a big science brain for, but that's it. And apparently several studies from this guy that did the Alzheimer's research have popped up on this site where they're like, we think these images are probably fake. You can't expect every publication to demand replication for every years-long research that's submitted to it. Sure, but the issue is that this is a pretty big deal for Alzheimer's research, because now it seems like our past 15 years of data, I feel like if this ends up being true, the FDA is probably going to pull the drug that they approved, that I think some people resigned over it approving because it was already controversial. And then we're kind of like, I don't want to say we're back to square one or square zero for research on Alzheimer's, but like this was like the leading theory for this is what causes Alzheimer's disease. It's got to be this amyloid plaque. But the importance of that study is a bit overstated. Is it? I thought that this had been cited like fucking 2,600 times or something. Am I making that up? This Nature paper has been cited in about 2,300 scholarly articles, more than all but 4 other Alzheimer's basic research reports published since 2006. Although I will say, they do say at the end that plaques could still be the reason, but one of the issues that pops up, and I'm starting to see this more and more and more, that everybody involved in all these processes are very human, which is annoying because you don't want them to be. You need them to be robots almost. One of the issues, you remember when we talked about when hydroxychloroquine was all the craze? When people were trying to do studies on the efficacy of different drugs or different therapies for the coronavirus, nobody wanted to study drugs that weren't like hydroxychloroquine or later on ivermectin, because especially hydroxychloroquine. Once Trump said that hydroxychloroquine was like the way to go, nobody wanted to do the other trials because I don't want a loser drug. I don't want to test some bullshit drug. I want the drug that Trump said worked. And there were researchers that were complaining that like, bro, we can't, it's hard to enroll people in trials for other drugs, or it's difficult to even get funding to do these other drugs because everybody wants to study like the hot shit. Some researchers in this article claimed that if you wanted to do research on other channels or vectors for how Alzheimer's disease can affect the brain, it was hard to get support or funding because you're kind of bucking the main scientific literature. Like everybody's kind of on this amyloid plaque thing. There are other theories. I think the other leading one might have to do with inflammation, or like an immune response, basically immune dysfunction or inflammation. They complain that they've been sidelined by the amyloid mafia. For Sayeth says the amyloid hypothesis became the scientific equivalent of the Ptolemaic, I think, model of the solar system, which the suns and planets rotate on the Earth. But yeah, anyway, fuck shit. Hi, hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
How are we doing?
Good. There it is.
Pick up a webcam in time.
Yeah. Why? Oh, I'm live, so don't say anything too crazy.
Okay. Oh.
Hold on. I just checked you're on adventure mode. You can't trust the guide since they're for classic mode. Okay, wait. You say that, but the calculator literally has. Fuck. Hold on. The calculator literally has an adventure mode on it. I don't know why. Are you just saying that it's lying? Like it literally says here, game mode adventure. It literally says that. Are you just lying to me? Like adventure. You can't count as the axe energy since the melee mini boss that killed you. How do you know it was the melee mini boss? Okay, hi.
Hello.
How we doing?
I'm doing great.
Good.
Are we waiting for other people to show up?
We might be waiting on one. I think maybe one person.
Okay.
Nice. He said, I think he said he's not gonna be able to make it.
Okay, no worries.
All right. Ready?
All right. Well, you guys messaged me, emailed me because you wanted to chat. What do you want to chat about? What's up?
I think the kind of idea with the chat was just talk about, you know, our past, what happened with that whole thing.
Okay, yeah. Well, what do you guys want to, I guess, introduce yourselves so we all know what your connection is to everything and all that?
Yeah. All right, I'll start first. My name is Tung Vu. I am a former builder of Artesian Builds, and I am now currently over where we are now at Phoenix PC. I am the media manager, I suppose.
You were the former. Wait, say that one more time. What manager?
Oh no, over there I was warranty. I was managing warranty. Like.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, but now over here at Phoenix, I'm in manage of the media stuff instead.
Okay, gotcha. Anybody
so.
else want to introduce themselves?
Yeah, there you go. You know I'm Vietnamese. Pie man.
Okay. Yeah. So me, Cool Round. My name's Ryan, and at Artesian, I was oh man, I just kind of bounced around and did a lot of things really quickly. I'm the one who joined the team last. I did like all kinds of packing. I did building. I did like helping out with the stream, inventory. Like I just did a ton of stuff. And now at Phoenix, I've built our website, and I'm continuing to help build the website, and also like managing stream and everything, doing a lot of stuff.
Okay, cool.
I'm Wells. Was a former builder at Artesian, and then now build team manager, and then helping Patrick out with purchasing.
All right.
Yep, I'm Patrick. I was a build team manager for Artesian. Currently, I am the director of operations here for Phoenix and making purchases.
Gotcha. All right. Well, what do you guys want to chat about?
Well, yeah, I guess just sort of figured maybe take the chance to sort of explain the story maybe from a little bit more of an inside point of view. How it all kind of went down, because it being over the East Coast, it was a great day-to-day operation for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
The people we worked directly under, I don't know how in depth I should go with names, but the people we dealt with on the East Coast, everybody at the East Coast was great, super nice, and we were pretty organized, pretty on top of things, pumped out most of the volume.
Mm-hmm. Wait, real quick before we get into this, are there any like pending court cases, like civil litigation or anything like that related to this, or?
So we've got obviously the bankruptcy, but at least the four of us are not. We're all listed as creditors, but
okay, just make sure you don't like say anything that's gonna like fuck your shit.
No NDAs or anything. Yeah,
we're not gonna trash anyone.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Necessarily directly.
I came in so early on that I'm just like, we should pretty much spin our hand and shake.
Gotcha.
So there is like someone who is litigating, and we're being on the safe side, and they're not joining in on the call.
Okay. Gotcha.
But yeah, feel free to ask us any questions you have as well, just because we went through a lot, and so to us it's just like, oh yeah, this is just like this crazy thing that happened to us, or at least that's how I feel about it now. I've just sort of like, it's just become a blur.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed pretty insane. You guys the volume was pretty good, right? It seemed like, I think in that one video they were saying you guys were doing like 20 to 30 builds a day in that eastern area.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know if you know this, but do you guys know how much you were shipping compared to like iBuyPower or CyberPower PC? Was it comparable to them, or are these guys shipping like way more or way less, or what do you think?
I'm not sure. I know CyberPower did like, what was it? Or maybe it was iBuyPower. Maybe 600K or something a year. It was nuts. I don't think we touched that high.
600,000 builds shipped a year?
Yeah, I think that was their stats.
Holy shit! Okay,
that's not us though.
Yeah. These markets are just, I guess, a lot bigger than I thought they were. But okay, still. But okay, so 20, 30 builds a day. Gotcha. All right. Well, yeah. What do you want to chat about? I don't really know what.
Well, yeah. One of your viewers is asking a question about the RMA thing you were talking about the other day. Are they not
that was a question. Yeah, if somebody sent in something to RMA to you guys, somebody told me that there was like a technical provision in the contract that made them like a type of creditor. So if the business went under, you're probably not going to get that back because other people are going to be paid off, first or whatever. Yeah. What is the arrangement for that stuff?
I do not know.
Likely would have needed to file ahead of time, I think by like July 2nd.
Mm-hmm.
It was sort of not a process that I'm sure the we'll refer to them as the defendants would have made like explicitly public. I think the deadline would have been like July 2nd to register as a creditor or something like that.
Yeah, so then it was the case then that you were considered a creditor. if you did RMA something, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like the bankruptcy court is in charge of all that stuff as far as we know, and that's I'm sure you've seen the video of the buyer, talk about all what he's gonna do, what his plans are for what he just bought.
Do you want to? I've got another friend that like does. He does like a. No one really knows what he does. He works a lot with like big warehouses, computer related stuff. Is it okay? Can I drag him into this? He might have like pretty relevant questions too.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do any of you watch my stream or have any concept of?
Yeah, I've seen videos and stuff.
Oh, okay, it's the Dan guy. He had a warehouse with a bunch of like GPUs and he was doing like Bitcoin mining or something. So just.
Oh.
Am I able to add him to? Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. Gotcha.
Hey, what's up?
Hi. What's up? Dan.
How we doing?
Hello.
I'm interested a lot about this fiasco as well, and I think the cool thing to get to the start of, and we can talk, I guess, towards the latter half, like what you guys are doing now. But I think, we've all watched the Gamers Nexus. Let me turn on the
Wait, hold on. Your microphone is a little bit horrible. Can you?
Is it still horrible or not?
I don't know if it's using the wrong one, but it sounds a little bit muted.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
Video.
We see you though.
You see me, but you can't hear me.
Oh, now it sounds way better.
That's better.
I don't know if it switched, but okay.
There we go.
All right, so I think all of us kind of watched the Gamers Nexus thing, and we've also, heard a lot about this. But what would be interesting to hear is, what's your guys' take on what went wrong, if you will, right? Like, why did this company fail? For all intents and purposes, it should be successful, and all we hear is, oh, they ran out of money. So why? Where did the money go? What happened?
Well, I think potentially the sort of like obvious overbearing issue is just sort of, I'll use the word inexperience, from a man who thought he knew what he was doing, or that may even be giving him too much credit. There was a level of narcissism from the CEO, I think, that just sort of transcended his ability to reason, I guess.
We'll say, I'll rephrase this to be, maybe I can even reframe this to be a little bit more, maybe even more reasonable. So it sounds like you get a new CEO, maybe not super competent or able to manage like the blossoming company, maybe, and so a lot of problems, I'm guessing, are kind of stemming from the decisions made by the CEO, is what we're saying, right? And then maybe was a little bit unwilling to accept outside help or apparently counsel or something.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and it kind of seemed like anytime someone came in and tried to appropriately warn him of an issue, he just sort of, he either blamed them or just got rid of them, or
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, couldn't.
He doesn't like to be questioned. He just want to operate this company like a dictatorship.
Sure.
So did you guys work directly under him?
No.
Like in that office? Did any of you guys interact with him?
No, we
Never met the man.
spoke with him.
We're trying to get someone who has worked under him in here real quick.
We spoke with him a couple times, like through company Slack, and at the end there, when things were, we had just moved into a new warehouse, and as things were starting to evolve, we were trying to like get him in chat and tell him like, hey, here's what we need to be successful, and he was kind of like, oh no, you don't need that. We'll figure out what you need later down the line or something like that. And it just, it felt very dismissive. At that point, he may have known things were, sort of butts up, but yeah.
Interesting.
So I guess here's a question. I'm kind of curious. Because it's easy to talk about kind of like the general failures of management, but can you think of like one or two scenarios where you saw like this was kind of like a specific failing? So maybe you're thinking like, and it doesn't necessarily have to be like hardcore throwing somebody to the bus, but maybe you were thinking like, this is an area where we obviously needed more resources allocated, or this was an area that was struggling that nobody wanted to address, and you all kind of felt like at the office, like, why isn't this happening? But it felt like management wasn't giving you the proper tools to succeed or something. Did you ever get that feeling, or?
Oh, a lot.
For sure.
Yeah. It was kind of like, how do I put this subjectively? So, as is stated, like in facts in like the Gamers Nexus video, we were doing a lot of numbers, and then kind of over on the West Coast, maybe kind of like the CEO specifically, it's my feeling that he kind of, did things to his liking, and maybe kind of that in effect kind of neglected kind of the needs of the people who were pumping out the numbers.
So it seems like from that Gamers Nexus video, the feeling that I got was you guys you were kind of separated into these two different worlds. So on the east part, you were like the manufacturing. You were the one that were doing, you guys were the ones that were doing the majority of the build, you were getting the majority of the parts, you were making most of the paper for the company. You guys were the ones making the money. And then on the West Coast, it seemed like it had a more kind of marketing focus, where the money that was being spent and the operations that were being done were on like how to make the company more, I guess, like famous, or to get sales through advertising or whatever that way. And do you think that's an okay generalization of like the differences between the East and West?
Yeah,
I'd like to introduce.
Yeah,
I'd like to
pretty
introduce
much,
myself.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm Eric Ashmore. I worked as a customer service representative remotely.
Gotcha.
From neither of the locations. I didn't work at either the East Coast or West Coast, but I did work a little bit more directly with NOAA on the customer service side of things, and then a little bit on the mining side of things. And to take that earlier question in, a little bit of the mismanagement definitely came from not ordering parts when they were needed, and or doing other things as far as promotion. There, like he said, a little bit with, I think, just inexperience may have led to some of that. So that may have been a major part of, like they said in the Gamers Nexus video, of just what overall time caused things to happen.
Gotcha. Yeah. So it sounds like, based on what I'm hearing, and then based on the complaints of the Gamer Nexus video, it feels like the West Coast guys that were there kind of for like marketing or advertising were kind of treating the entire company like a marketing or advertising company, when it sounds like you needed more specific support in the East for doing the actual jobs of like getting parts and like building computers. Or
I think we don't want to give the West Coast a bad rap. There were a lot of good people there. The builders who were not the CEO were all great guys, good at their job, there to do good. But, the CEO wanted to play influencer. He wanted to be, it sort of boiled down to him essentially being like CVS brand Linus Tech Tips, or at least that's what he wanted. And
kind of like it was his sandbox to play around in.
Yeah, there was a lot of reports of like he would come into the office at like 4 p.m. or something, and a lot of people wouldn't even like have any interaction with him or anything. They just had no direction.
Gotcha.
I'll describe a scenario what happened in the last few days, of Artesian Builds. Like, we were in the middle of moving warehouse. One, smaller warehouse to a bigger warehouse. And we don't have internet. So by the time we finished moving, about to set up and go stream, everything went downhill. And that's when it was like, turn on stream, and it's like the whole internet is against us. We didn't, it took me like a whole night. It was like catching up, like, what happened? But it just like, it spews out like a volcano, man. And then overnight, the door to the warehouse just got locked up.
So the main thing to us is like we were pretty much our own entity, like operating pretty much like two different companies, honestly.
Yeah. Where it sounded like the West was like the advertising agency basically, and you guys were like doing the lion's share of like the actual building and shipping and everything.
Yeah, we were producing, and with this company, we just like to kind of keep that with our own leadership, which is like seven of owners, I guess, equal share. So instead of having one head,
Oh, so you're kind of doing like almost like a co-op kind of thing?
Yeah, we have a board and everything.
Oh, cute.
Yeah,
Okay.
and so like everyone has a stake in the company, so we're employee led. It's not, it's not one person in power anymore. It's all of us have some power, and we listen to everyone, basically get everyone's opinion and make sure that they're respected and heard.
And what's nice is we already have a lot of expertise in a lot of different areas where we've done this before. So we have people that are really good at very different things, but all can mesh together to make this work really well.
Sure. So something that I'd be curious about, I'm a very blunt guy, so I'm not gonna bullshit or whatever. I feel like it's a mistake, or I would feel really scared about like associating yourself at all with the prior Artesian Builds brand. It feels like you guys must have had a discussion about the trade-off, because on one end you inherit all of the follies of the company, right? Even if you don't want to, people are going to associate it with you. But I'm guessing you're trying to capitalize on the name recognition and the sales they had before to hopefully like bring in some of those old customers or some of the old awareness and then funnel that into new sales. Or what was your strategy for like dealing with that? Because I'm sure you're going to know there's a lot of people that are like, oh, those are the Artesian Build guys, they're going to scam us, and then never even deal with you or never give you a chance. Yeah, I'm curious what those conversations are like to figure out if that was appropriate or not.
Yeah, we're
absolutely
fighting that a little bit.
Yeah, so just to put it bluntly, like our past is we're from that company, but we are not that company. So no, but you're absolutely right. In our streams we haven't been using that name. We've purposely been trying to be graceful and respectful about it. But we also want to be transparent, right? Like that is where we came from. That is our past, but going forward, we are a different entity. We're not Artesian rebranding. We're from Artesian, but we are not Artesian.
And we feel like it kind of would have been a mistake to try and just hide that and be, scummy away from it. When you turn on our stream, it's painfully obvious. It's the same 5 builders doing the same jokes. It's the same. We're still us, and we're the quality side of Artesian. Where if you watch those videos, we had a very low escape rate. We had a really good work environment when we were, like you said, basically our own entity. So it just makes sense to move forward with basically what we were doing on our, with our followers and with the people that we already know and love that, come to our chat every day. It just makes sense to not so much associate with as just not try to hide behind our past.
Sure.
Yeah, so we're sort of like in a middle ground, right? Where we're not claiming to be Artesian 2.0. We definitely don't want that. But we're being transparent and we're not denying our past.
Yeah, okay.
Well, and that even brings up another point so far as like, East Coast really did a lot of the mainstream builds. We did the majority of the builds with really good quality. And on the West Coast, they did the very large, crazy builds that, some of them didn't turn out as high quality. They were a little more over the top, crazy cases that don't make sense and things like that. We're really leading a lot more towards we want to build quality PCs with quality parts and send them to you quickly. They're on stream. It's a cool interaction to see your PC built through our thing on Twitch. Once your selections with a guy that on Twitch, it's going to be fun. And I think that's like I said, just not hiding from it, but definitely embracing that we are the more quality side of a online build.
Okay,
gotcha. All of us is working on sweat equity right now,
And just for the viewers and stuff, like some stats real quick. East Coast had shipped over $1 million in builds a month. And we had about 70K overhead. Whereas West Coast shipped about, I think it was 300K or so builds in a month with over 100,000 overhead.
So dollar amounts of like how much those builds were worth.
Gotcha.
So they were burning cash over there.
Dan, what do you got?
I don't know. I mean, look, I think it's a cool concept, right? I think that's the whole reason that it took off in the first place. Watching your computer get built is unique. But I think there's probably a lot of challenges you're going to run into there as far as things are getting a little bit cheaper. And there's a lot, I assume you guys are going to have a premium over someone like iBuyPower or CyberBauer PC or one of these other guys. And that's maybe a little bit too much to pay in this day and age. Like I think back then there was a huge element of the stream factor that would kind of have people go and do those builds. Do you think that's still the case now that you guys are going to be able to have those numbers or what?
So maybe Wells can talk about this a little bit more, but our goal is to just have like a really good value proposition. So we're gonna have competitive prices. You're gonna pay a relatively low price for the performance that you're gonna get.
Yeah, and even on top of that, we're not trying to necessarily be like, boutique right out the bat. We're especially early on, we're all working on sweat equity. We're not doing this necessarily to make a good paycheck right away. Like obviously we are here to make money. But we're just trying to do do what we love. But in the meantime, trying to take a look at who our competitors are, and maybe not necessarily price match, but offer an option that is certainly competitive.
So how much business do you guys have so far? I think you guys don't have a lot of cool juicy stuff about what happened at Artesian, so I guess we might as well turn this into scuffed Shark Tank, and that'll be a little bit better. You guys absolutely suck with the cool drama for Artesian Builds. You know nothing. You're like, well, you guys saw it in the video. So
man, it sucks.
Yeah.
The problem is, one, there's ongoing civil stuff, and two, it's probably not a good thing to just come and just shit all over like your passive car.
That's the whole fun part. What the fuck?
If you've got questions, we can try and answer, but we're trying not to put anyone.
Shit, I got a lot of questions. I feel like I'm not going to get the answer.
Go for it, Dan.
Okay, how much of a douchebag was this guy? Give me some cool stories about fucked up shit he's done.
He was a douchebag, all right?
Okay, so give me a cool story. I remember one time on Slack that there was a, go ahead, start it like that and tell me something that happened.
Okay.
I don't know how many he wants to tell, but Eric has a ton.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
Let Eric go first.
Yeah, I mean, just not being available when needing to be available, but when he has a problem, absolutely hitting you at 2 a.m, type personality. It's blowing your phone up at 2 o'clock in the morning your local time after you've sent him messages for the last 3 days asking for very important allocation on graphics cards, for example.
So how was your whole graphics card shit going on? This is in the middle of the crypto winter, not crypto. Anyway, we can call it summer. It doesn't matter. The whole point is graphics cards were hard to get. How was your relationship handled there? Those things you guys must have been in a fucked up situation because you want to build PCs, but I assume that if I was Noah in this situation, I'd be like, every GPU I can manage to get from NVIDIA or AMD, I can go flip that for double. Because you guys, I assume, are paying MSRP.
In a lot of cases, I don't think we were. But it was kind of messed up at the end there, as things were starting to hemorrhage. I think our purchasing manager at the time had a chance to buy, what was it, like 18 3080 Ti's just in one. Maybe it was 18 grand worth of GPUs. I don't remember how much, but enough to clear out the, let's say it was the 3080 Ti-Q, and Mr. CEO said, no, we can't do that right now. And all it took was 2 cancellations to outweigh the cost of what it would have been for the GPUs. I mean, and I don't know if it was because he genuinely didn't understand the economics of it, or if we were just out of money, if the company just couldn't.
It feels like one big problem is, were you guys collecting payment for the builds up front?
Yeah.
It seems like a really scary thing is, and I say this as an amateur or small business owner, so maybe this doesn't apply at the bigger levels, but it sounds like it kind of does, is I feel like you can start counting your chickens before they hatch when you're collecting everything up front, and then it becomes very easy to neglect kind of the obligations you already have in the pursuit of some future stuff. So fulfilling some obligation by buying a bunch of GPUs seems shitty when you can use that money to chase future money, even though you're kind of already owing that to customers, Yeah.
A lot of another big money hole that he put off a lot onto is hiring so many goddamn assistants. I don't know how this man has need for it. I don't know.
Hiring too many people for too much
while
money.
Hiring that many assistants, he'd be saying that it was because he had not enough time to get enough done. He'd like to say all the time that I can do your job better than you, and it didn't matter who he was talking to. I could do your job better than you. I'm smarter than you type of personality, while not getting anything actually done. Screaming about how he could do it better. Yeah, he's basically paying these people to now manage situations that they have no idea what's been happening for the last year, 2 years, 6 months, however long the project has been going on. So while screaming about how this job could be done better, not actually giving any direction. That type of management just really didn't work. And especially there in the last few months, it really exploded into him and his tantrums, and even at the very end, the very last month or so, I had probably an entire page or two of Slack messages to him, completely unresponded to, and then he's got this big, page-long thing for, oh my god, I can't believe we're doing this, blah blah blah. But you still haven't responded to my request for allocation for this and that and this and that. And then at the very, very end, when the famous stream happened, and he basically, got the whole community turn against him, and now everybody that did have orders, we were having hundreds, if not thousands, of emails for cancellations. So as the customer service people, we're doing our job and canceling their money when they request it, and it's absolutely happening. And then at some point, and again, very late at night, we got about $700,000 into cancellations, and he froze the account, told us to stop doing cancellations completely, wouldn't let anything move forward. Also wasn't for...
Did those cancellations go out? Did that $700K get refunded?
Yes. It left the bank account, absolutely, and then that's before he locked us all out of it. And then... oh, I'm sorry, I lost my thought.
You said 700,000 in cancellations went out that day.
Oh,
yeah.
So he locked the account out from under us and told us to stop doing cancellations, but he left the website up for about 3 weeks up after that, to where we didn't have access to stop people from ordering. So people were ordering after the people wanted all these refunds, and the website was basically shut down. No parts were being ordered for this last 3 weeks there.
How many orders came in?
Again, we were locked out, so I'm not entirely sure. I just know that the website was live and that you could place purchases, but I wasn't able to see the purchases anymore. I was locked out of that system. He was slowly locking us out over days and weeks, locking us out of bank accounts that we had access to, accounts that we had access to on the back end of the website. So we weren't seeing how many orders were coming in, but we absolutely knew that there were, because people were like, "Hey, what's up with my order? I placed an order, but you guys seem to have."
So you guys had no idea or understanding of how many orders came in after this period. How many? Do you know how many refunds got after the initial denial? How many more refunds came in after that?
Like requests for refunds?
Yeah, like how much in dollar amount?
Thousands, yeah.
So are you talking like over $1 million?
Hundreds, yeah, definitely hundreds. And yeah, I mean, when you're adding up $3,000 to $6,000 a PC, it gets up there pretty fast. Yeah.
Well, hundreds. So we're talking like over $1 million.
So like only like 200 people requesting a cancellation could push you at like $500,000 and like a dollar amount.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And we had hundreds and hundreds of requests after we were told to stop cancellations. And we were, it's on hold. We'll help you as soon as we can, because that's what we knew. We thought that something was going to get cleared up. Noah would, maybe do anything to to prevent
Let's talk about RMA situation we brought up earlier. How many?
Wait, hold on before we do that, because that's boring. This is more.
No, it's not. That's
Wait,
more
hold
exciting.
on. Well, here's something I'm curious. Were you guys not getting paid for like weeks or months leading up to these final cancellations, or were you guys at least still able to like cash paychecks?
So we were paid the entire time up till the very last week. None of us received our last paycheck. So the last 2-week paycheck or whatever, nobody received. And the one before that, some people were mysteriously shorted. Like their hours didn't add up to what they were paid for the 2-week section before that. So the last month or so was very sketchy in pay, and then the last 2 weeks was completely not pay. So
and then all that PayPal stuff that went down.
And the PayPal
charging
callback.
you guys back.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then PayPal siding with him in every single of the circumstances. So those people have all lost money to Noah at this point.
Don't worry, we're going to get more into it. That's fine. We're going to make things great for you. So tell us about RMAs. How many customer machines do you estimate were in both facilities at the time shit kind of went sideways? Meaning people who had sent in their computer for a repair. The whole computer, not just like I'm sending in a graphics card that doesn't work, but here's my whole PC.
Okay. So here's my end. The last week of that, there was about 10 PCs in our possession in East Coast, and I have mailed every single RMA. And we are, as a team, East Coast team, we couldn't build at all. So
and we didn't. A lot of those weren't even fixed. They just got shipped back out.
So you guys actually did the honorable thing. The new PC company.
After we were fired, Tung went back. He got permission from Noah's parents. He went back and was still shipping out PCs after.
Yeah,
we
the
were
day
fired.
after we were technically not employed anymore, they allowed him to go back
But
in
you
and
guys
ship
were
out
like
as many PCs as
Robin
he could
Hood.
physically.
Coming in
Well,
there.
Try to do as much as we could. No, this is the
We were
whole
just
team's
trying to help
effort.
these
This is
people.
not
Yeah, I
just
mean,
me. Yeah.
So
We are.
what did it look like on the West Coast then? So the East Coast are the good guys.
No.
Oh, so no.
Well,
Would RMAs get sent there regardless? Would RMAs ever get sent there?
Almost no RMAs went there. The only RMAs that ever went to West Coast were specifically ones that Noah built himself on
Those
West
streamer
Coast.
PCs.
Yeah,
I remember
streamer PCs were the ones that,
fixing
and
and
even then,
having to rewire
sometimes
some
they
of
got
those
sent
things.
back to the East Coast for actual building.
So the
They're
big
like,
big revelation that we have here is that there should be hopefully very, very few, probably less than 5 RMAs out there for customers that might lose their data or anything like that. That's your guys' take. There really was nothing. So that's good news that you guys kind of went the extra mile and did that. That's good. So another interesting question. We've talked about this a few times now, or you guys have brought it up, and I'm curious. As much as you know of the start of this company, it seems strange to me to have a CEO that has his parents involved. That's very interesting.
Isn't that actually super common with a lot of, like, Dr. K, for instance, has his mom involved in his thing, right?
And there's scandal there as well. So maybe it is common in certain types of companies. But tell us how that was and how that's weird, in my opinion. If I worked for a company and like the CEO's mom, like, hey, do your job faster, like, the fuck?
We didn't interact with them too often at least at the older warehouse. But as things were sort of starting to fire up and we moved to the new warehouse, it felt like they were there every other day. And it's like, I remember like unpacking a pallet or something like that and turning around and his mom was there and I like jumped. I was like, oh God. I mean, and,
quiet.
It was
same thing happened to me.
They were
super
quiet, but it was strange, and they kept, there's stuff everywhere. I'm sure you saw the Gamers Nexus video. I mean, we had barely gotten set up, and they were coming in like, all right, put us to work. What can we do? And
yeah, I mean,
we don't really want these 60, 70-year-old folks carrying anything, or I mean.
They essentially were the board. They were the only people that actually could get Noah to stop doing anything insane. We would actually have to get the parents to say, "Hey, can you tell Noah to not do this crazy thing with money?"
So he was a little bit of a mama's boy, is what you're saying.
I'll tell you what. I mean, like, so on the Slack channel, I told Noah to eat a dick. No, I told him to go eat a dick. He laid us all off.
Whoa.
You know who was the first one to step up to defend him? His mom sent me a private message. Said this is a very unfortunate event, and we all don't want this. His mom is the only one that spoke to me. He never responded to my comments.
His mom to eat a dick as well. That's the ultimate Giga Chad
move.
I can actually tell a story because this is like a personal experience. This happened. So yeah, like Wells said, it was actually just me and him at the warehouse. I think the other guys were like going to get lunch or something like that.
Oh God!
And Wells was.
How many hats did he wear?
Who?
Noah. How many hats did he wear according to his parents?
I don't remember. But yeah, so I was doing something as well, and like Wells said, I was like doing my work, and then all of a sudden there's like Noah's dad right next to me, and the first thing out of his mouth is, I just want you to know that all of this is 100% not true. And it's like, that really kind of set in the reality of the situation.
Like, what do you mean? There's clips of it online. Like,
they couldn't possibly fathom why everybody hated him for re-rolling a giveaway.
They honestly were surprised that everybody was just so mad at him and they wouldn't forgive him.
Like, he didn't even say what was untrue. He just said all of it. He just said, I just want you to know, it's 100% not true.
And board level phone calls with Noah and the CMO, COO, people like that. It was just people talking and Noah just sitting on mute. He never, he wasn't experienced in that way.
His parents referred to him as a modern day Tony Stark.
Yeah,
it's like a modern day Iron Man.
He may not be the perfect Noah, or he may not be the perfect person, but he's the perfect Noah.
That was a direct quote from his mother. Yes.
So I've heard that this guy may have changed his name. What do you guys know about that?
That's what we heard too.
We did hear that.
I don't think we should say anything, but I think it has become public.
It doesn't take much Googling to find that one.
Yeah, I just
Okay.
I hear this.
So
stuff,
you're
my blood
telling me
pressure
to
goes up.
start Googling. I got it. I read through your
Yeah.
message there.
There you
Okay,
go.
gotcha. I'll do it. So how much money did any money come into this company that wasn't from mommy and daddy that you know of? Like, was there any real investors? Any like companies that have like VC or something like that, or something ventures at the end of it, or was it just mom and dad?
They were private investors, I know, and yeah, I think he just started with his parents' money though.
Yeah, I don't think we know 100% for sure.
Just
apparently there was like cash infusions from his parents, like a couple times.
Okay, so yeah,
and employees
there was
as well.
A couple of other high level employees as well.
Yeah.
So employees put money into this company.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
there's some like this.
I feel like we talked about this yesterday with the WeFunder. Always not a hot idea to let employees invest in companies. So I'm guessing these guys aren't really that thrilled with their investment at this point. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it's very accurate.
Yeah, not good. Not accredited investors. Not a good look. But what are you going to do? So basically it sounds like there was a turning point. Things were working and then they weren't. Do you guys have any instinct on, like, I don't want to say like I guess most people would point to the moment of the stream, like saying, you can't get the PC now because you're not, whatever. But was that truly the moment where things started going sideways, in your opinion, or was there more?
Oh,
there was.
So what was the causal moment?
I think it was more of a build up, sort of, and that ended up being the straw that broke the camel's back. I think there were monetary issues. I mean, it was, I don't remember the numbers, but it was like the first year was positive, and then the next year, down a couple 100,000 or something like that. But it was like we said earlier, it was the West Coast that had been bleeding money, likely from a lot of employees that had unspecified job titles were still making 80 to 100K a year.
How much was Noah making?
So I think early on he, can't see me, but quotations, wasn't taking a salary, and then at the end, or maybe like halfway through, bumped himself to 75, and then at the end gave himself like a pay raise up to 150. In the last couple months, I think.
Real quick, are you reading what Brian's saying in chat, Dan?
There we go.
No, let me go.
Brian's been saying a lot of things in chat that might be interesting, but like something that Brian said a long time ago. You guys mentioned assistants, which don't necessarily sound like the worst thing, but Brian's saying these are like 4 or 5 assistants that were being paid like 80 to 120,000 a year. What did he need so many assistants for? What were they doing?
Yeah, well,
I don't know, dude. They
were
post out weekly newsletter.
Is there
they get in fights with me a lot.
I don't know how to.
They had no actual input on the PC builds. They didn't seem to manage any team that actually had any input on allocation, or some of them did. Yes, they were.
Yes.
Let me just go ahead and ask that question.
Yeah.
So were these assistants like pretty cute women then?
Asian, if possible.
I can't believe that.
I'm surprised you didn't pay me more.
3 out of 4, I believe. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Wow, they were West Coast, to be fair. Okay, maybe.
Well, there you go.
Oh boy.
I mean,
oh god.
Yeah, I mean, we never met these people, and they never really had any input on any, like I said, any allocation, any building, any actual teams members, any interaction with any, we were, some of us in the management level of the company, and never really saw any interaction with these people, so we don't really know what they did.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And again, they were on West Coast, and we were very much not there, so they, we're not in the know, but,
Yeah.
Are you guys allowed to say what was your guys' compensation? Were you guys paid like commission, or were you paid
significantly less than that?
We were just base. I think most of us,
salary.
5 of us were all salaried. We had maybe 1 or 2 hourly people there at the end.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when I got hired, I was making, I think, $20 an hour, and then when I moved to full time, I was making 48.
I think the average builder pay was about 40 a year.
But the thing
West
is,
Coast gets
East
hired
Coast
on for 80.
Yeah, dude. Like East Coast got paid so much lesser than West Coast. Like
same with remote work.
Individual wise.
That's because we're built differently, though.
Oh yeah, we know.
That's just how it is.
And
we heard that enough.
Yeah, it's just so fucking sucks too, because some of our guys over here are struggling, man. And people got kids, who got house, who got family.
Yeah,
but
a
very
handful of us are
talented at what they're
still-
doing. Like
Yeah.
actually putting out, building 10 PCs in a day is no small feat, and doing it well with good cable management and no returns, and then actual
Yeah.
testing process afterwards.
Yeah.
That's a lot to do. That's
Oh,
a very large,
shit.
so,
I wanted
so
to
it's a very skilled thing.
Say
I will
something on
note,
the West Coast in that video. Did they mention that it was? Did I hear this number right? It was like 30% of builds were being returned from the West Coast build house.
Yep.
I forget what the escape rate or the return rate was. It was potentially.
It fluctuated, but it
was
went
like
between
as
20
high
and
as
40.
10%.
Yeah.
Well, you got to think about the volume wise. They send all like these, I don't know, partners builds, but all the partners builds are fucked up.
Oh,
Like, the one that
10%.
Noah
That's what you were
touched.
saying,
Yeah,
sorry.
all the one
Yeah,
that Noah's
okay, yeah,
touched.
that's what I
and all
thought it
the-
was.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember.
But it
we
got
working
significantly
on his
higher
stuff.
than that several times. I mean,
Yeah, I was gonna say
Without
even
the-
10% sounds fucking insane. You ship 100
Yeah.
computers and 10 of them have
well, and
problems.
it would be claimed that this is a custom, never done before PC type thing. But through testing processes that we were supposed to be implementing, that were his written word of what we were supposed to do, and even our own processes that we kind of were doing. It shouldn't have been leaving the warehouse in that state. I mean, it just doesn't make sense for it to show up and
I mean,
just completely not work.
How many streamer
Or
builds
not have.
did you guys do? How many streamer?
Wait, hold on,
free-
before we go to
free
that.
PCs?
Wait, what kind of
What?
problems were coming back? I'm so curious.
Probably just shit wiring.
It would be it would be simple wiring problems that would and oh my gosh, the one that frustrated us the most was they would put 3-pin RGB into 5-pin. It was just simple stuff. And then claim that there's no adapter for that. Yes, there is. Like, they're absolutely. What are you talking about? And very simple things like hard drives not being plugged in, or they would install the hard drive. They would so you'd get your NVMe and then several hard drives on top of that. They'd install the NVMe, install Windows, and then just never even open up the other hard drives. They're in the computer, but then when the customer would be like, "Did I even get my hard drives?" and we as customer service would have to be like, "Well, open your PC and look."
They need to go into disk management. They need to initialize the disk and everything.
No, they weren't. Yeah, they never did that. So the customer would be like, "Did I get my disk?" And the builder we'd see them installing it on the stream. You could even go back to the VOD and watch it, and then we'd be like, "Well, it's in there, but and it might not even be connected sometimes." It was simple stuff that should have been caught in quality control.
Yeah,
And
he just was not most of the builders there were fine. He was not. He was just not a good builder. I mean, just unorganized. And,
He was the best.
What do you guys know?
Clearly, yeah.
What are some policies that you guys have in place to ensure builds go out as quality builds? Give me run me down what you would do for a build. You finish a build. How do you make sure it's okay?
We got an initialization process that we follow. It's like it gets looked by 3 to 4 people before it flies out the door on East Coast. People double check.
I would argue that it starts even earlier than that, honestly.
Yeah, I'm just curious. What does that process look like? What do you guys actually do?
On the East Coast, what would happen is one person would pick out the parts and set them out to be built the next day, and then the next day, a build manager would come through and check the parts and make sure that every part is the correct part that should go into that PC. And then it goes to the build table, and it gets built, and then even after the computer has been built, double check, make sure that everything that's in front of you is the correct part, and make sure that you've put everything in, you didn't forget a drive or anything. And then, like Tung was saying, it goes over to initialization, gets Windows put on it, gets software to control the motherboard, lighting, all that stuff put onto it. And that's another step where you have to make sure all the drives are showing up, and you have to make sure to install Windows on the correct drive. And then
Great
any
question,
other
Steven. Any other? We want to know the BIOS settings that happen there.
Yeah,
as well?
sorry. So I used to build computers for people, and I think I shipped
okay.
around 150. So I was just curious what your guys' process was,
that's
because I was
cool.
just
Yeah,
curious.
150. I think I've done
I'm sorry. Let's move on to better things. So on line 42 on the bankruptcy filings, I saw that there was a $22,000 liability for a 3080 Ti that had a liability. Do you guys want to talk about the bank accounts that you use?
Like that.
Were you guys Wells Fargo fans, or were you guys using Chase Bank, or why don't you talk about? Sorry, what other question you got, Dan?
Okay, yeah, I have a good question.
Yeah.
What do you know about this Noah guy? From what is the lore behind him from before the company? I don't think any of that's been talked to. I want to know what makes him tick. So tell me, what do you guys know from
Dan's asking, was this guy like in the
one.
fucking mafia? Is he ex-Spetsnaz, CIA? Like, where's the background? Yeah, that's what we want to know right now.
Not
Yeah.
in particular. I'll settle for like his last like occupation, but that's fine too if you know that.
Bury any bodies in his backyard? That's what Dan's looking for.
Yeah, take your time though with the answer. It's fine. You know. Go ahead.
Oh no, I never met the guy. You know.
That was really one of the problems.
Yeah,
is that I tried to like organize to finally meet us and talk to us for the first time after that horrible stream.
He was an intern for a 3D printing job at NASA for a little while, and he liked to say that he worked at NASA a lot.
Kind of like Dr. K likes to say that he went to what is it, Harvard? The same thing. You see?
Yeah,
like
and I mean, he didn't.
Family
He
relationship
did like an internship
intertwined.
there for like 3 months or something. Like it was not even.
Holy shit!
But
So
his
a guy
profile
working in
picture
tech
up until the day we shut down was him in front of the NASA building. Like,
oh god,
nice. That's crazy, Dan. So a guy who's doing startups and tech overrepresenting his background. That's insane. Have you ever heard of that happening before, Dan, or is that like a first time for you?
Well, wait, there's like
From-
that.
from
movie,
what I
Theranos,
understand-
Bad Blood. Have you seen that before? That happened to. You know what? You might be onto something. I can't believe
he
it.
started out as a 3D
Wait a
printer. He
second.
was trying to 3D print things and design 3D print, fabricate things. I guess. And that was what he started as, and he was, I guess selling them on Etsy.
Interesting. Okay, I've got an interesting question. Unless Dan, you want to ask any other boring shit or?
No. Go ahead. And ask, what jumper they put on the hard drive.
So
internal
you
struggle
mentioned
going on right here for you guys.
No, it's fine. Okay, I'm just curious how you feel about Molex connectors because I feel no, I'm fucking with you. You mentioned a mining part. Was there like a goal to like build out like Bitcoin mining in the business? Did you guys hide miners on PCs? I have one of your I've got one of your influencer PCs. So do I need to check for
there was a
Ethereum miner?
There was a separate website on Etsy where you could buy mining equipment from us, whole mining systems, or just the frames, or a few with a couple graphics cards, up to like 8 or 10. They would build them, test them, and send them out to you. I mean, we shipped out hundreds, probably thousands and thousands of them. I mean, some people some people would buy them 80 graphics cards at a time and things like that.
From you? Who built them? Who built them?
Because West Coast built them. It was mostly Brock in the early days. They didn't put them on stream. They didn't advertise about them because of the obvious hate for.
But you guys had a GPU shortage, but you're also selling GPUs to miners at the same time.
Yes.
Thousands of them.
Yes, and again, we were for the longest time, and again, these guys really didn't deal with it. It was mostly just a few of us and Noah that dealt with the entire Etsy. Again, it was never really a problem with allocation. He would allocate them, about 50-50. Some of these would go to mining, some of these would go to East Coast, some of these would go to West Coast,
But it sounded like the #1 issue, according to Gamers Nexus, was that these guys ran out of GPUs and they could not fulfill orders. So
well, and at the end there, because at the end of I guess the end of Artesian there, we weren't really selling miners anymore because there just wasn't a need. Nobody was buying them on Etsy. Nobody was buying these big expensive. They were not even close to MSRP. I mean, he was making. I mean, they were ridiculous. I don't think the Etsy's still out there, but I tell you what, the screenshot.
Was this part of Artesian, or was this something him personally making money doing that?
No, it was part of Artesian. It was. I mean, I was an Artesian employee, absolutely doing customer service on Artesian mining rigs.
Can you even? I'm sorry. This is now I'm being ignorant of mining. I thought that with ASICs and everything, I didn't even know you could make money mining anymore. Are they mining like altcoins?
GPU mining? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they were Ethereum mining, and this is early.
Are there ASICs for Ethereum mining? You can still make money doing that on your computer, or
no. These were GPU mines. These weren't ASIC mines.
Okay, yeah, I didn't even know that was profitable, but okay.
Well, it was, still is.
Oh, yeah, it was for a long time, and actually, it still can be depending on your setup. I mean,
it's a long story, but the end is near, Stephen. Like a few months, and they're finally going to proof of stake. But it's interesting to me. So when did this mining stuff? How soon before the collapse of Artesian did the mining stuff stop being? When did they stop shipping mining rigs?
We never really stopped. We were shipping dozens for the first year or so I worked there, and then the last 6 months the place was open or so, we only shipped maybe a dozen because there just wasn't a demand for it.
Okay, understood. So basically, it wouldn't have really affected the GPU availability.
No, at the end there, when the GPU, like Gamers Nexus is talking about in that video, the end there to the GPU, he kept saying there was no money to buy GPUs, no money. It wasn't that we didn't have allocation. Like they were saying, we had partners that were willing to send us cards. It was that he wasn't spending money on the cards. We had absolutely had, allocation for the cars that we needed. So example, at the very, very end, I believe there was like 30 80 Ti's in there. And we had a purchase to buy like 20 of them at once from one of our distributors. And he said, no, do not do that. I'll get them cheaper on StockX. It's okay. I'll buy them one at a time on StockX and it'll be cheaper. Which was a lie. We actually went. It's sometimes over, sometimes under. You know, it really depended on who we were buying them from. There were very fluctuations. I think Pat could probably tell you a lot more, but.
Huh. Okay.
Like going back to like a question way earlier was like, shoot, it was like something like, you know, when did you start to see things were going wrong? For me personally, like I said, I joined in the team the latest. I started kind of like November 2021, and you know, for a while like things were like good. You know, I was having fun. You know, nothing was worrying me. But as time went on, it was like we're not having any parts, like, or like almost, I'd say about like 20% of our builds or something like that. Like they just had one missing part or something, and we just couldn't build it. And it became obvious that just like for almost every build, it was just like we can't build this because
we weren't allowed to purchase
coming
more
in. Yeah.
We weren't allowed to purchase more than 1 week out at the end. Like our manager was running around at Best Buy trying to get parts. It was pretty bad.
What was the most common part you were missing?
CPUs. A couple motherboards.
Cases.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I mean, it was pretty much everything. Honestly, it would be like case, motherboard, CPU, PSU.
And a lot of that would be due to him switching what was available on this certain build. You know, it would go from this case to that case, and you know, so our allocation for the old case wasn't as good. You know, so our distributors wouldn't have the new case that he decided we were going to. So we'd have to find a new distributor for that case type thing. So some of it was that he was trying to switch things up, and some of it was, you know, this case isn't working. You know, it's that bad reviews, or you know, we're seeing thermal problems with it, so we're going to switch to another case. But some of it also was just, most of it was just him not buying parts. Like, and while we're making all this money, all these sales are coming through every single day. We got sales coming, dozens of sales coming through. What do you mean we don't have money? I can see the money.
Yeah,
I can see it right there. Like,
what was most of the money being misallocated to? Where is this? Like, what is he spending on?
We don't know.
You don't know.
Goddamn dinosaur bone.
BMW hybrid or whatever that he had.
I don't know, man.
Wait, so this is just so strange. Like, so the money just like kind of vanishes. Like the money's coming in and you're not making orders. So why? Is it just because there's too many employees there? That seems like an easy fix. Like, hey, let's just stop
and I mean,
paying people.
The employees were there ready to buy the. Yeah, people were there ready to buy the parts. Yeah. They were the purchasing manager. They have the bank account. They're like, I want to purchase this part. You know, ready to buy it. And he's like, no, don't make that purchase. Because a lot of those ones had to be run through him. You know, in those meetings, you know, he'd be like, all right, here's the allocation. I'm going to spend this money. You know, blah blah blah. And so he would just say no. And then a lot of it, like Brian is saying, is payroll.
So who is the axis of evil here besides Noah? If you had to put, is it just him acting alone, or is there other co-conspirators that are out here counting to the demise of Artesian Builds?
I say it's his family.
Him and his parents.
Pretty
reinforcing,
and not
just reinforcing.
Because everybody else was mostly just
they're saying no.
His incompetence.
Well, Noah was the CEO, but his parents were the board. So,
what would you guys say? Who is the bigger payroll? Was it the West Coast or the East Coast?
East Coast.
East Coast.
Noah paid himself 200 upward to 200K at the end of Artesian downfall.
I also saw in there he like gave himself a lot of money at the end or something, like a repayment of a loan.
Yeah,
I thought I saw that.
He gave his parents a lot of money back too.
Yeah, he cashed out a bunch of the Artesian bank account. It was like $20,000.
So of all the money there, he just took it out into his bank account. He's like, all right, we're shutting down, no more refunds.
Yeah, we're paying. He was paying back his parents' loan, and then he shut down everything, took access away.
Wow.
Oh yeah, his parents and him are creditors in the bankruptcy.
Yeah, he said that it was
so the money that is raised from the bankruptcy. And do you know how
he's
much
going to pay his parents as well?
Because they're probably like the A-class or whatever the fuck creditors, right? For that are the first ones to be paid.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Wait, who are the creditors right now for Artesian besides his parents?
Well, you've got mom and dad.
Mom and dad, him.
All the employees.
So all the money, this is the part that's fucked up. So basically, of all the money that's coming in right now, selling, is that done? Do you guys know how much that made?
I don't know.
Anyone know?
No.
We're not sure.
We don't know.
Okay. Anyway, so of all that money that came in, selling all the shit that you guys had left over, it's all going back to Noah and his parents at the end.
That's how
presumably the creditors. the people that he owed money to for the GPU parts, his parents, and then I believe the rest of the loans, like the other investors, then employees, then it'll be customers.
Yeah. I mean, that's fucked up because we got people here struggling to pay rent.
And
People
you
with
guys,
kids,
you
know.
guys
they owe us
It's
all
so
thousands
fucked
and
up.
thousands.
But you guys aren't going to
pay.
get any of that.
We're not going to see
that.
any of that. In
Probably
not.
in our pay, our paid time off and stuff that we were owed, all that. We're not gonna see
401k. Yeah.
Our 401k. And he did some shady stuff at the end.
He didn't reimburse it. No, he didn't reimburse
January,
it.
in January, he just stopped reimbursing our 401ks for some reason. It completely and he paid into them up until then, and he switched companies. We were doing, I think one payroll company, and we switched to another payroll company January 1st. And that new payroll company stopped paying into our 401ks. And we were telling it, this isn't happening. He'd blame it on the company. He said he was going through their customer service, blah, blah, blah. And it never got resolved by the end of it. So we worked, 3 or 4 months there at the end with no contribution to our 401k other than what we were putting in, again, as agreed. And it wasn't just that. He wasn't paying into certain taxes for some of us and things like that.
Yeah, it's so weird.
He wasn't paying, unemployment for certain employees. It was like his... what are they? The people that take care of money. His accountants weren't doing things right on the system or something. And it is what he would say, blaming it on.
Are you applying this to? So Occam's razor here. Is this because he's a bad CEO or because he's an evil CEO? In your opinion?
I mean,
It's hard
I
to
think it's
tell.
mostly ignorance and self.
You don't think he's trying to pay himself back? You think he's just shitty at his job?
Well, he's
at the end he was definitely taking money.
Purposes.
I think
at the end he was
think
definitely taking
he
money.
What
think
is evil
he
now?
believes that he is in the right here. I think he believes that he
Yeah,
is
exactly.
just trying to get himself out of a bad situation. And
I've
that
never seen
his parents
such narcissism
in
my life.
Also, back on the money, apparently the parents claimed 1.2 million of the total loan they paid as the sole secured creditors, and then non-secured creditors currently are deemed to receive a split of 50,000.
There's 4,100 plus creditors. They're supposed to split 50K.
So, how much did this auction raise? No one knows. No one has any idea.
I don't think we actually know. Yeah,
because that's done, right? The bidding was there,
Yeah.
and it's done, and it's over with. What was all that? What was that stuff worth? I guess market, like if it was to be sold today, brand new. Do you guys have any idea?
I think the accounting sheet said something about God, it could have been as much as $2 million worth of inventory.
yeah.
Or
I'd
maybe
say it was
1.2.
between 1 and 2, all the inventory. And
Auction
everything.
brought in 150 to 300K.
Wow, I should have fucking bid on that. That's a fucking steal of a deal.
Jesus.
I could give out fucking GPUs to everyone in DGG, no problem, bro.
It's funny,
That's
you
how we
actually
do it.
mentioned that as a strategy, Dan. Do you remember in the coronavirus pandemic? You said that if you wanted to get really fucking nice dining room furniture, you need to find restaurants going out of business and then find the bankruptcy auctions and then buy their shit.
Yeah, no, I'm serious. I did.
No, yeah, I know. I'm not joking. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's like it's fucking crazy. Like a 300K for $2 million worth of shit is unreal.
You know what I bet? I'm speaking totally out of my ass here, but my guess is for a lot of those computer builds, rather than go through and individually tally up the parts and do I bet they just were like, oh, this is probably worth $200 to $500, and they sold a bunch of them bulk. I bet that's what happened.
Probably.
Yeah, not knowing that there's a $2,000 graphics card in there. Well, not anymore, but
it's like when you take a car to a junkyard or whatever, they're not totaling every single part up. They just will pay you $400 for the car.
So that's
and then you
that's
trash
another
it.
good point. A lot of that value, if it's between $1 and $2 million, is probably a little overinflated from the purchase price. Of when it was purchased. Let's say end of last year when the crisis was still going on. Definitely not. Not that it makes it any better, but.
Yeah, I don't know who's the appraiser to appraise all the leftover stock is, but I don't know. Depends how updated they are. To, the
So
current
when's the last
pricing of
time
things.
any of you guys talked to Noah or his parents?
When everything went down,
I believe the last thing we heard from them was when Tung told him to eat a dick, and
Mom,
Yeah, I
step
never
up.
talked to Noah ever.
I
and
told a
talked-
lie with me.
talked
he
to his
stopped
parents
responding
that
to me
weird.
after he told me to stop doing cancellations, to stop refunding people's money. That's the
I
last
believe
thing
we
he
asked
said.
him to let us know when he gets to Mexico.
Yeah, Tongue. Yeah.
Do you guys believe that there's a redemption arc for this guy moving forward?
Hell no.
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 I think people saw who he really was.
I think he needs
professional help. Like
he needs whatever legal consequences are coming towards him, and then to disappear into anonymity, because his whole thing was wanting to be internet famous. So I believe the only true consequence.
So you basically think he's like ontologically evil, essentially, yes?
I mean, and again, without seeking some sort of actual professional help and being like medicated and realizing what he's done, like no, he's no redemption arc for this man.
Understood.
He's just
evil,
like I said.
World.
I've never seen someone as narcissistic as him. I've never seen it in my life. I fully understood the definition of narcissism through this experience.
Outside help was not an option with him.
Were you a huge fan of his jacket, though?
No, God, no.
I love leather jackets, but he ruins it for me. I still like leather jackets, but I avoid red leather jackets now.
It was funny because whenever I was getting hired, I didn't know about the company beforehand, so I was doing some research, and then I was watching the YouTube videos, and I was like, man, this guy is kind of annoying. And come to find out, it was the CEO.
Nice. Yikes.
Nice.
Wait, how'd you guys even like find these jobs? How'd you get like approached for it? Or
So I found the link on Indeed. Actually, a friend who was living in the Raleigh-Durham area sent it to me. I was like, building computers? Hell yeah, I'll do that. And applied. And then after a long interview process, finally moved down here.
Okay.
I found him on a Twitch stream and said I want to work for you, and then he met me in Discord.
My wife's his friend with the COO at the time's wife, and they were looking for help at the warehouse, and that's how I got brought on early on. I was like it's probably just third or fourth employee they brought on.
Gotcha.
On the East Coast.
All right, I guess we've got enough into the gossip, so let's do a little shilling for you guys to make it worthwhile. So tell us about your company and why you're going to be the new Alienware. Because the Alienware started doing just what you guys did. Did you know that? They used to build a little bit of custom PCs. They were pretty nice, and then the company got acquired and became kind of what it was. But it started off the same way. So how are you guys going to go and grow and make a difference in a sea of other custom PC builders? What's going to make the difference there besides streaming it? Because anyone can do that, right?
Yeah. I mean, like, really, you can, from the numbers, you can see we were doing it right before, like, the East Coast warehouse. So I think, there's more to it, obviously, but the main thing is we want to do that again, but with good leadership.
Well, and we don't want to try and like stunt too hard and say like, oh, we're not here to try and reinvent the wheel. We for the most part know what we're doing. We're good at it, and seems like a good way to make money and maintain a decent living.
So is this an employee-owned operation? Would you like?
Yes.
So would you guys call yourself like a cooperative?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
we
call everyone co-owners.
Okay. Well, hey, that's good. Let's get into some questions here. So as you guys grow, how are you gonna like work with the challenges of management having a different view of the kind of lower employee at that point? How are you guys going to handle that disagreement that's going to come in the future, where, for instance, the manager wants to get paid more money, or you guys want to bring on someone more? Like, how do you envision that happening?
You mean like among each other?
Well, yeah, you guys are a co-op. You should.
Yeah, we have a voting system, and everybody's kind of like respect each other and just like kind of expect. We keep each other on pace too. Like if someone's slacking, we're like, hey man, we keep checking up things on the week. It's like Phoenix PC is like our child.
Can you guys like fire each other?
Enough votes?
I think that's a board.
If there's enough votes, yeah.
Board meeting vote.
Do new people who get brought on also get the same amount of equity?
The same amount? No.
Okay, so the new people are kind of like enemies compared to like the old guard a little bit, then, right? Like a little bit. There's like a little bit of conflict of interest as you guys grow.
It's just apartment building. Yeah, no, I don't see that as a conflict.
The goal
of interest,
is definitely just to have everyone have a stake in it, right? So if like someone new comes on, we want them to just join the team, basically, right? And also be a co-owner. And definitely, it's going to be a little while until we get there because, we already have a solid team behind us right now. A lot of people have been reaching out, wanting to work with us, but really, we have to take care of ourselves first and get this team going full throttle.
No, listen,
we want to be like an ethical employer too, like have enough,
So, how do the let's I guess switch to a little bit of the Shark Tank side of things here about the fundamentals of the business here. So, what numbers do you guys need to scale to as far as like orders per month for this to kind of become sustainable, or are you guys already able to pay yourself salaries off of what you're doing right now?
Definitely not. It's sweat equity right now. We're pretty much working off our own part times and all that stuff.
We all, like, some of us have like full-time jobs, and we do what we can on the side. But some, like, there's other guys that are doing it full-time, and we just want to make sure that we can help each other out as much as possible.
We do have some spreadsheets with paying expenses for certain people. We've agreed certain people get paid first. Everybody's okay with it. We do meetings all the time.
And to be clear, there's what we mean by that is there's a few of us that the few of us that are full time. We're just kind of burning through our savings.
Well, we don't want that. That's not sustainable. So, do you guys have growth right now? I know you're very new, but how many orders are you doing right now a month?
We've only been open for about a month, but we haven't
got a full number yet.
For example, we got 3 orders yesterday. I think that's something we can comfortably share. And as long as it stays on that level of scaling, we should be able to actually make something of this very quickly.
How much profit can you genuinely get out of each sale? Assuming also, that maybe 3% RMA and everything else that's kind of standard there. So how much before paying any employees, how much profit can you expect to get per order from a custom build?
It varies between the builds, and it's honestly not too much, so.
Yeah, because the Harpy, we really wanted it to be under $1,000.
Yeah.
So we're kind of cutting it really close on the Harpy because we really wanted to make a good machine for under $1,000.
Oh wait, link me the build. Let's see it. Or what website would I go to find it?
So our website is...
I've actually got it up on the thing here.
PhoenixPCs.com, and Phoenix is spelled PHYNIX. And the Harpy is our low-end build. And
so what is the goal for this company? The goal for the company is to sell PCs basically at cost, essentially, and try to get as much as you can for under $1,000. Yeah.
So we're starting out really simple right now. We're doing, we're pre-selecting the parts and having pre-configured builds. But that's just kind of we want to have a solid foundation, right? We want to do what we know that we can do well.
So that's about
it's
try and go crazy.
So are you guys basically just breaking even on each machine then?
No.
So you are making some money off of it?
We are. Yeah.
Okay.
But
that's how
again, we're just trying to keep our price really competitive.
Like you guys were, okay.
No. We're not doing at price, but we are still doing. We're trying to make our pricing as competitive as we can while still growing the business, right?
What business is doing at cost though? Honestly.
Well, no. I mean, startups frequently lose money or break even so that they can get market share, right? So that wouldn't be completely unreasonable. Just wanted to get an eye as.
Yeah, I mean, mainly we just have labor costs built in now. I mean, and it's very minimal.
Okay.
We're very competitive with everybody else.
How do you guys decide on your on which parts you're going for everything? Do you guys have a big meeting at that, or do you just go personal?
Yeah, I mean,
gotcha.
Yeah, we've all built and been in the building space for quite some time, so we really just kind of understand and keep up to date with what is going to be required to actually have a good gaming experience, a smooth, solid gaming experience with good cooling, things like that. And that's why we've chosen the parts we've chosen. Some of it comes down to distributor options as well, but even in that pool. We select what we think is built best.
Can I?
The,
I just want to
coolers that we've had the best. Sorry.
I just want to bug you. I'm just curious because I used to do it. It's been a lot. I've been out of this market for a long time.
Sure.
I'm curious. So I'm looking at the heartbeat because I'm thinking like, how could you save on parts for this? Why use an aftermarket cooler at all? Just curious. Why not just use a stock Intel one?
Well, on this 12100K or 12100F, it's a little bit hot for just a stock cooler, and especially if you're going to be doing anything like really nice gaming or really high-end gaming on it, 1080p.
Do you overclock in it at all, or?
No,
not this one.
Gotcha. Okay. Why? Just curious. Do you tend towards like the gold or platinum rated power supplies, or?
Gold, only gold. Gold and up.
Yeah, it's actually specified there on our site as well.
That also seems like if you've ever seen the breakdown on like how long you need to run a PSU, because the gold efficiency and the platinum efficiency compared to like the normal ones doesn't seem like it's that much higher, but the power supplies can get significantly more pricey. I was just curious.
So, and a lot of it still comes down to, like I said, experience with cooling and performance like that. We're looking for a solid performance computer that's going to last through what it's supposed to do. A nice 1080p.
There's the new regulations also, like for different states. So.
Oh, so California might require gold now. Actually, I think they do. Yeah, they do. They do. That's true. Okay, gotcha. Just curious.
So, do people are they able to watch you build these, or are you not?
Yeah, every single order.
Every single order. So how do they? So if I order something now, when do I get alerted that you're building it? And do I get like a Twitch link, and is that automatic, or do I just have to fucking stay glued to your channel all the time?
No,
we send emails and communicate with the customer to make sure that they're going to be available and everything like that.
Yeah, as soon as we've gotten all the parts in hand, then we email the customer, hey, here's your build date. Here's kind of when you can expect to see it. Here's the Twitch link. Yeah, we do that.
Customer communication really is important.
Past couple weeks, we're actually showcasing like all of our builds on stream, playing like certain games and stuff, and just interacting. It's pretty cool.
Interesting. So who's going to be the next star? Who's the next Noah that's going to put on the jacket, so to speak?
Ideally, nobody.
No one.
Nobody.
You got to have a Noah at the top of the food. It's just how it works.
No,
we didn't make the
don't
rules.
want that.
You don't actually have to have that.
Oh,
Yeah.
you wait and see, kids. To be young and naive. You know what? I know how I got my money on. Just gonna leave it there, but I'll check back and see who.
Probably a good example of learn by experience. But
Dan's a bit of a know of himself, so he just
something we're willing to try.
Tell us who's gonna be the villain, Dan.
I couldn't do that.
Spoil the story. Spoil the story right now.
I'm gonna influence it a little bit too much if I do that. It's better to just let it unfold as it should naturally.
You're aiming for democracy.
Democracy is great until you start bringing in new employees and they outvote you, and then they want to like mix things up. So you don't want to have that happening, right? So then you start technically when you go work at Facebook, you're in a co-op, you have a piece of equity in Facebook, but not really, not really. So you got to make sure you keep it like that. Keep the new people down where they belong, and you guys up on top. That's the top-down thing was going to work good for you. You guys are here at the beginning, new guys not so much. So they can get a little bit of equity, but they know their place. All right.
Well, I mean, kind of like one of the issues with the old place was that they were trying to they were getting ahead of themselves, and really our goal for us is to just not rush it, grow naturally, lay a good foundation, and then build on that foundation, in a natural way.
Yeah, no,
absolutely. We don't want to grow too fast at the same time, but we just like I was saying, organically.
No, I understand. You guys have seen Harry Potter, right?
I have.
Yeah, so
some.
Yeah, you guys need to be like the Council of Magic there, in Hogwarts. So yeah, that's like you guys.
What do you mean by that, Dan?
Oh, nothing.
They were the bad guys for the last half of the Harry Potter world.
I'm not going to agree to that because I don't know Harry Potter. I might ask my wife.
Yeah. All right. Well, that was exciting and fun. And is
there anything else you guys want to share? Or?
Yeah.
Come check us out, I guess.
Check out our socials.
This was a fun conversation, guys. It's you guys are hilarious.
We appreciate you guys taking us on.
I've got a few friends that want to join. If you guys are hiring assistants, but they're all Asian women, is that still okay? Or I'm sorry, I'm just fucking. Wait,
there's only one Asian on the company.
Gotcha, okay.
Alrighty.
I'm going to. We'll plug your guys' link in chat. Best of luck to you. It's a rough everything coming off the other company. So I mean, we wish you guys the best. If anything else ever comes up, you guys want to chat in the future, feel free to shoot me a message or another email, and then we can come on and have a chat or whatever about it. Yeah. Where are you guys like?
Make sure to check out our twitch.com/PhoenixPCs, and we've actually got sales going on right now.
Gotcha, cool. Are you guys all based like on the East Coast still? Did you guys move to a closer area? Or? Okay.
No.
So it's a mix between the East Coast and remote.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay. All right, cool. Well, hey, good luck, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for taking the time.
All right. Well, thanks. Cheers, everyone. Bye.
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 Oh, hello, Dan. Hi.
That was fun. That took me back to the startup days. What about you?
I think you were expecting something a little different.
I was.
I think they just wanted a chance to come on and kind of like clear.
Yeah, I know they wanted to come on.
Yeah,
and
but you're
chill,
like, tell me, like, if you could torture the last CEO, how would you want them murdered?
Exactly, and that makes for good. No one wants to see some fucking. See, now we're invested. Our audience is like, you know what? These seem like cool guys. You know, they're talking about how much they hate these dude. I might buy my next PC from them. As before, it's like we're fucking scuffed ass QVC hosts coming in here.
I
like,
just wanted to give him a chance to talk.
No, that's not exciting. We made this way better. This is a way better infomercial for them across the board. Now there's excitement about what these guys are doing. As before, it's just who gives a shit. It's another Ridge wallet, you know?
Okay.
But now, not the case. So, we did good.
Gotcha.
Just like in the old days, our previous previous startups. See, this is what we can... I don't know how the vibe is going to be with Mr. Mooten. I think it'll be better, but I hope he doesn't try to like get us back on track. That's the only thing I'm concerned about.
Do you think we would have... Oh, because he'd be like part of these companies.
He'd be like, yeah, trying to be nice and PC, and me over here is asking about like dog warts and shit like that. Yeah, that's the... We should have done it. Fuck, I was thinking about it, but it's too much for an outsider. You know, there's no way we could have done it.
God damn.
But
you pussied out of our first podcast idea. Why? Fucking loser.
Sorry. That's how you know that's a real top G company if they answer the dog warts question.
Yeah,
but
that's how you know. Especially if they just do it like real quick. It's like, oh, $50,000 every time.
Yeah, and $100,000 for dark dog warts.
Jesus, what is dark dog warts?
You don't, dude. I feel like you don't pay enough attention. Dark dog warts is where the dog doesn't consent anymore. It's a room inside of regular dog warts.
Jesus Christ. Dark dog warts. We should get some meta ethics people to start writing papers to get like every question to reduce to like the dog warts question.
They should, man.
The
It makes
DQ.
all this stuff more fun. Yeah. So okay, DnD is starting in 15 minutes.
Base.
Boy, I can't wait.
I'm sure you can't. Careful, or Moon's gonna ban you from chat if he's looking.
No, I'm a tier 17 Patreon subscriber. I love it.
Yeah.
I don't know why I don't have my icon by my name.
True.
Huge fan.
Did you? Oh, you don't care about this Alzheimer's thing, huh?
No, I think it's immensely. If it's true
Uh-huh.
that these people did this, I think that's maybe life sentence in jail.
On one end, like if it was a mistake, I think that's really sad. But it looks more and more like it was a fabrication, and I feel like that's actually like at the very least like a lifetime ban from research. Like you need to go and find a totally different job, if not like heavy jail time. That's pretty insane.
It's you know, here's the other thing though. I don't know. You place a lot of fault with this person, granted.
Yeah.
But
Assuming
also
they
I
actually
place-
doctored images, but yeah, go ahead.
Sure, but I also place a lot of fault on the institutions that didn't do a good peer review, that stifled other options that were coming in the future and didn't let those happen because they thought this was the only one. So I think that, I don't want to say there's equal fault.
No,
but I say
there's
it's a bad
definitely
system.
a problem with the process, and we have all known about it. But on the larger internet, it gets fucked because people just ignorantly assume that the process is just fucked with like soft sciences. Like that, at 95% of the time, someone on Reddit or Twitter, or especially in conservative circles, brings up the replication crisis. All of them think that that only applies to like fucking psychology and anthropology. That's what they all think it applies to. They don't realize that it hits the hard sciences just as hard. It's a huge issue, but yeah, it's kind of endemic. It's just an issue. Like, do you really want to publish like counterindicative or like counterindicative studies. Like things that show that you can't replicate. It's just not sexy. Like nobody cares about that research, which is an
I thought there was also
problem.
like a some sort of collusion among people to not let that research get published as well.
No, I don't. This is the issue. Oh, fuck. There was a Scott Alexander blog that we read. I wish you had it in your brain right now. But basically, the issue is like, you don't need a conspiracy to explain what's happened. Everybody's just kind of incentivized to keep going along with the story. So, one, you've gotten somebody that's given you a really sexy explanation for what's happening with Alzheimer's. It seems like they've got some decent experiments. Now, who do you want to be? Do you want to be the guy that builds on that and figures out the fucking cure for Alzheimer's? Or do you want to be some fucking loser in your lab that's trying to run tests verifying research that like hundreds of other researchers are now working off of? Like most of the time you're probably just wasting your time, right? Like and then when you start, and then even if you do find something that you can't replicate, well, was that your experimental error? Nobody's going to publish the study. Nobody's going to fund your study. Hey, can I get funding to go back to a 2006 study that the FDA's already approved drugs based on to see if it works or not? That's like a huge endemic problem. There's just no money there. There's no interest there. Like go ahead.
Shouldn't the free market actually have solved this a little bit? Because I know there was public pharmaceutical companies that made Alzheimer's drugs, and I feel like if you were kind of a Melvin Capital or Citadel or something like that, wants to do shorts.
This is well, first of all, the scientists that did see this did short it before they went to the FDA, which is interesting ethically. But this is an issue that you bring up to people where you have to enter the real world. So conspiratorially thinking, I think you know this, and I think we've talked about this before. When people say things like the government is 20 years ahead on like technology for like communications and shit, you know that's not true because the government isn't doing more research than every other fucking multi-trillions of market capitalization tech companies in the world. They don't have the resources for it, you know? The only place the government can ever be ahead is like where they spend money on, which might maybe some military tech or military
it's security and military and probably like offensive
possibly. And even that's going to be limited, right? Because when we talk about like military, or I'm sorry, when we talk about security, there's going to be some forms of technological security that they're not ahead on because other companies in the private sector are working on it, not being paid by the government.
Well, one thing to note there as well, though, I mean, we don't want to go too deep into this, but with that stuff, the U.S. government, if it does find a private company working on some like high-end crazy shit, the U.S. government does and frequently does do this, is come in and basically say, this is ours now.
Yeah, they'll gag them or pay for it if it's like a national security, maybe, yeah.
And you can't do it anymore, yeah.
Sure. Yeah, there might be some stuff like that. But when it comes to pharmaceutical stuff, people are going to assume that like, oh, well, you know, like the free market, like a pharmaceutical company, if they're funding that research, they know that it's fucked. No, they probably don't actually. Like pharmaceutical companies don't do that type of like, they don't specialize in that type of generalized research. I wouldn't expect any of them to know. If anything, they would have never funded any of these drugs because it's so fucking expensive to bring these drugs to market. There's no way they knew that it was based on faulty research. And they don't have the resources to be spending money verifying the fundamental basic research that goes into every drug they go to fund. That's not what pharmaceuticals are for. They're supposed to build off of the general research that's done and not assume that the general research is poisoned. But that's been one of the issues is we've known, quote unquote known, that these amyloid beta plaques for so long have been involved with Alzheimer's disease. But even though we keep trying new drugs, it seems like these new drugs just never help. There's trial after trial after trial, and Alzheimer's disease patients aren't getting any better. And now it's starting to look like this might be the reason why.
I think one of the best things the U.S. government could do would be to expand the same system they have with SEC whistleblowers to other industries. Because that to me seems like a fucking massive win-win for everyone involved, and it actually should curb this type of behavior, especially in the pharmaceutical industry. Like,
well, that's kind of what's going on here. So I think the three guys that brought this like shorted the fuck out of it, and they're going through the legal system to do it because I think the Schrag guy, wasn't he like an expert witness, or lawyers paid this guy to do research before they brought this case? So I mean, like these guys are going to get rewarded if they're right, but doctors have egos.
I like the idea of the government. It's simpler, right? If the government just says, hey, we find this company 100 million, you reported it, you're getting 20% of that. I think that's a better system than having to like figure out how to short the stock and borrow the money to short it and everything else. That's like
maybe creating some financial incentive there would be good, but
because we want like the secretary who's a fucking idiot at like, you know, pharma company X to know that if she sees some fucked up shit, she can report that and be a millionaire. Because honestly, in the United States, no one's that loyal to their fucking company.
This is why it was really ignorant during the GME saga and everything else. People always assume that short sellers are these evil people, but they're not. They're an incredibly important part of the market. You want to have people that are checking to see if companies are acting fucky or fucking around to kind of punish them financially for it, punish the company, and then reward the people financially for making those discoveries. Like short selling is a very important part of keeping a check on stock that's too bullish.
You know what's interesting now? I don't know if you've kept up with the GME stuff, but apparently they did the split.
Yeah.
And to me, I wonder where these guys' heads are at right now, because it's so, like, I know all the hype was from this. This was the mother of all short squeezes.
They've had like
This
3
was
of
the
them
catalyst.
or 5 of them.
No, but this was the one.
Yeah, this
and
was
now
the
they're
one.
in a weird spot where there is no other catalyst coming up.
I'm
right?
sure
There's
they've
nothing...
invented something else, dude. They do
No,
so
but
much
there's
analysis on that
nothing,
sub.
though. This is it. You had like the NFT thing and the split. Right now, there is no other catalyst to wait for. Now it's just sit and wait and keep buying more and DRSing and everything like that. Like, it's just so interesting that we're at this point here. I can't wait to see how this all goes down. The thing that's most unique about it, though, is their belief that this quote-unquote corrupt system that is fucking them every step of the way, they think that somehow they're going to win, and the corrupt system is not going to just, like, stop whatever. Like, there's no way one share of fucking GME is going to be
$100,000.
Yeah, it's just not. Like, it will never happen that way. Even if the fucking mother of all short squeezes did happen, guess what? The fucking stock exchange is just going to fucking put a bell on it at, you know, when it hits 500. And that's the end. And that's the end of your fucking show, and then you'll bitch and moan and cry, and we'll be here for years, just like we were with the fucking bankers that never went to jail during the 2007 collapse. Nothing's going to happen, because it's not like you're going to court and you're arguing a technicality. You just lose.
Yeah. But, I mean, those guys are just bag holding infinitely. What are you going to do? They're fucked.
Imagine how lucky you must be, though, to be the CEO of fucking
Yeah,
GameStop.
dude, and your fucking
lucked the
stock
fuck
turns
out.
into an internet meme, and you fucking probably cashed out and be fucking huge, yeah.
It's so sick that this happened.
Disgusting. Like, every other company is probably trying to be the next fucking meme stock.
They
or
are,
some shit,
right?
yeah.
It's them and AMC.
And then
right?
you go and AstroTurf. AMC never. I don't think anything ever blew up to the insane extent like GME did. Like, that GME stock is still probably unbelievably fucking overvalued.
Are you kidding me? When's the last time anyone ever went to a GameStop?
Yeah, it's still like 10x what it probably should be, at least, if not more, which is insane. Not like a hypothetical like 10x, like it's really 2 or 3x. It's like actually like 10x still overvalued. It's insane.
It's like, I don't even understand how this company stays in business. Like, the only suggestion that makes sense is that they actually sell their stock to pay their bills, because they lose money constantly. Like, who believes in this company, and why this company of all companies? It's just so strange. I feel like I must not understand something. Yeah, just that's it.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, before we do DnD, give us a quick peek into the world of Dan. What's going on? Before I leave, this is my last stream today. I'm going to be gone for 4-ish days.
4 days? No streaming. Where are you going?
Well, I'm going to stream in a couple days.
What day? Wednesday?
I think I'm doing a talk with T-Jump. That'll be a laptop stream on the night of the 26th, and then the night of the 29th, I'm doing like some conservative podcast thing, basically. And then I'll be back streaming on the 30th, so...
Okay, so we have 2 streams. We have one on...
I don't know if those conservative guys live stream. I need to email them and ask.
One on Tuesday and one on Friday. And are those in the evening times then? Those calls?
Yeah, they'll be on my schedule.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Okay. What's going on with me? Well, I already told you that things are looking up with the contractor, so we're going to be getting our gym, and our bathroom is coming along too. So maybe 2 weeks out on that. That's going to be exciting.
Nice.
Yeah, I guess I don't really have too much, honestly. I'm taking this. It's not like technically a sleeping pill, but it's working so good for me. This muscle relaxer, cyclobenzaprine. It's a very weak, like not controlled muscle relaxer, which I guess means you can't have fun with it. But it fucking puts me to sleep like a nothing else. It's great. But
Do you worry about any of those things being like habit forming, or are they?
Well, no, this is not a habit forming one. But there's not a lot of studies about taking this long term, so I don't know what I'm gonna do. I think I might try doing CBD. I've never tried it before, and I'm very interested in if it will work to put me to sleep or not.
It's not psychoactive at all. So whatever bad shit you had with weed, this like there's no THC in it, so it shouldn't bother you.
Yeah. Have you ever tried it before?
Fuck no.
Oh right, I asked you. You haven't. Yeah. I want to. People swear by it. So, I guess I'll. The thing is, I don't want to feel like a hippie, but I almost wonder, is that better? It's like, oh, it's a natural, man. It's found on the earth. Like, do I give a shit? Is it better for me to
never,
take this?
ever care if something is natural. There are plenty of naturally occurring things that will fucking kill you. There are plenty of synthetic things that are really good for you. Like, just that absolutely doesn't matter.
Yeah. Really makes me think. It really does.
Yeah.
Are you still like going hard on the workout shit?
No.
Yeah, but I just got off my longest fucking break ever, but I'm getting back into it. I took 2 weeks off because I was fucking traveling. The thing that triggers me the most is most of my workout is centered on like back and leg stuff, and that's the only thing you can't really do while you're traveling because they'll just be like shitty dumbbells. So I can do kind of upper body stuff, but my main progress is through like squats and deadlifts. And then when I came back, especially because Ellen was here, fucking Melina's like ultra workout girl. Well, when I came back initially, I think I had COVID, so I had to take another week off because I didn't want to fucking kill my lungs or blow my shit up or something. And then when I came back, I just went back to my like 5 pounds less than my normal work weight, and I blew the fuck up out of my arm. Because apparently you shouldn't do that. But now I'm back in it again, so yeah, just going to the gym.
Once I get my shit, I'm gonna need you to like help me get set up with something because I know you've read fucking everything at this point, every video that
and
there
hurt
is,
myself
so
50 million ways. My favorite thing was before something I didn't realize is I guess you get a lot more flexible doing certain lifts, even bench pressing, because there's a certain amount now that I can go down with my arms that I probably couldn't before. But when I came back, I just went back to my normal weight. I did a light warm up and then I went and benched, and I think I hurt my tricep coming too far down on a bench press. And normally if I'm having like arm pains, usually I'll just like do like negatives. I'll just hang for a while because it usually makes it feel better. And I grabbed the bar to hang, and when I let go, I heard and felt this crunch all up through my arm. It was like, and I was like, oh no. So yeah, I've had every injury at this point. I've had every fucking thing. So if you have any questions, just let me know. Oh man.
Well, yeah, I just need to know like mainly you know what to eat in like I'm not doing anything leg day because I already got fucking sexy legs and they're thick.
Yeah.
So I'm completely not doing anything leg day, but everything else I wanna be serious about it, like probably an hour a day at least every day. So that's my plan of doing it. Kind of, I guess going as hard as I did when I was younger in the Coast Guard. So
sure.
Yeah. All right. Well,
if you want to have fun, just do PP, PP, PP. That's it. You're not doing L, no legs, so push pull, I guess.
Oh, push pull.
Yeah. I think eventually, I would hope, eventually you're going to want to do, you should do like lower body stuff. It doesn't have to be huge. You don't have to go like, oh, I'm fucking trying to squat with 3 plates. But even doing a little bit, it helps with your flexibility and it helps with like the overall control of your body. Like, it sounds stupid, but even when you're like benching, like that involves some use of your legs, right? Like you want your feet planted firmly on the ground. You want to feel like you can engage your lats. You want to feel like you've got like a lot of pressure with your whole body, and you kind of like learn and reinforce that through doing like other movements. You can like squat light and deadlift light. It doesn't have to be fucking huge, but it's just good to like know the movements. It makes your whole body healthier, I think. You'll want to do it. You'll get there. You'll be like,
you'll figure it out. The thing I just know I'll always hate is fucking I guess calisthenics, like cardio shit. I hate it.
Calisthenics is body weight exercises. Cardio kind of sucks, but if you're doing a lot of lifting, one thing you'll notice, this happened to me in the beginning, is you don't want to like have to take a lot of breaks of lifting because you're literally fucking out of breath. Although if you're not doing a lot of leg shit, I guess it won't matter. But like a little bit of cardio is okay. Low impact cardio. Get like an elliptical machine, and you can literally just like do that shit while you watch your phone and like watch a stream or some shit.
Well, you're gonna help me buy all the shit we need to do. As I said, we're gonna get it all. You have 500 square feet to work with, and then we're gonna fill it up.
Okay, I love you, buddy.
All right, take care. Bye, chat.
Early Gym Destiny was 3-hour lifting sessions because cardio was shit. Yeah, I'd have to take like 6 minutes between squat sets but it was literally just like catching my breath. All right, I'm gonna do DnD now. I love you guys. It's been fun. Be careful. Stay safe. Or I don't know why I'm saying that. I'm doing Dungeons & Dragons. Maybe I'm retarded, but I fucking hate the elliptical more than anything. Well, I'm trying to do cardio after every lifting session or like every other day, but I'm trying to find something that's not like high impact because I want to like destroy my fucking knees. And I feel like if I'm gymming one day and then like running the next day, I feel like over time that's going to be like a lot. I'm looking for just like low impact stuff. And ellipticals seem like nice low impact shit. Go walk. So something that I've read a little bit on now, I feel like I'm either learning or unlearning everything all the time. I feel like walking and all that shit, when it comes to cardio, doesn't actually matter. I think even though Mike said opposite, hopefully Hillshire doesn't hear me say this, I don't think like the 10,000 steps, I don't think any of that shit matters. I think what matters is having your heart rate in certain ranges. People will call it zone 2 or whatever, but keeping your heart rate in certain ranges is the thing that actually elevates your cardio. I think if you do 10,000 steps every single day, I don't know if your cardio gets better at all. You probably get a little bit healthier if you're doing general exercise, but it's not gonna make your cardio better. I think to increase your cardio, you have to be in those like zones for your, where your heart is actually having to pound a little bit more. That's why I have my little Whoop thing that keeps track of everything, but yeah. But yeah, so ellipticals are nice because like you're doing big muscles and you can use your arms too, so you're not like getting tired like in your muscles. You're just kind of like doing a lot of cardio, but I don't know. The walking thing is strictly for weight loss, not for cardio. Oh yeah, maybe yeah. Yeah, maybe yeah. Swimming is the best. I tried swimming, but I couldn't. But I think just because my arm is always fucked up. But I think my shoulder is finally better after a year of it being fucked. So I'm just waiting for my tricep to be fully healed. And then I think we'll be good. It feels a lot better now, but yeah. Jesus. Dude, when I went to hang, that feel of like that, like I heard it. Oh God, what a horrible feeling. I didn't even know you could hurt your tricep bench pressing. I didn't know that was possible. That you could like stretch it out too much. I've just never even thought about it before. And oh my God. How long ago did that happen? I think like a week and a half ago when Ellen was here. Why didn't you go to the doctor? Well, the doctor couldn't do anything. It was just, I think the problem is that when you start lifting over a long period of time, even if you don't realize it, you're getting really flexible, or more so than you could. Like if you're squatting a lot and if you're doing all the movements as you should, you're more flexible than a person that doesn't lift. But if you take like a few weeks off and then you go back and you try to go back to lifting with the same form that you did before without taking, I think, a day or two to get back into the groove, or maybe for me because I'm older, like you try to go on your maximum range of motion before and you'll start like tearing shit because your body's not ready for it. Oh, I know this because I hurt, they're both minor injuries and they're gone at this point, but I hurt my tricep and my quad on the same day. When I went to squat, I think because I usually squat pretty low, my quad got fucked too. I don't want to say torn because it's not that severe, but my quad got fucked. So even if I bent my leg at the knee, like towards my body, my fucking quad would just explode in pain on the right. Just fuck me. Do you warm up at a lower weight before doing working sets? Yeah, you do, but I think most people recommend, and I know this, but I just didn't do it because I'm a fucking retard. I act like I'm 23, but I'm 33. When you come back from not lifting for a while, you should probably do like a day or two, like do one day where you're doing literally 50% of the weight. And then the next day you're doing like 70 or 80%, and then you get back into it. Don't come back and just like drop 5 pounds or drop 10 pounds and then go for it again. I think you're just gonna fuck everything. But I think you need to, yeah, because having the rhythm of like doing the lifts and everything, but it has to be 50% of your weight, not like, well, I was squatting 165. Now now that I'm back, I'm gonna take it light and just squat like 150. Like, I think you'll fuck yourself. But who knows? Maybe that's just me. Maybe my body sucks, or maybe I'm just old. So I love you guys. Doing DnD. Rip on. What's the difference in feeling from 23 to 33? I think as you get older, you need to like warm up a little bit more to be careful because your body can get injured a little bit easier, especially if you're accruing injuries over time. Like once you've injured something one time, it's easier to injure it in the future. Bye. Everybody stand for X Hamster.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Tombs of Scoria.
Hello.
Hi.
Where did we leave our party last time?
I think we were leaving a cave because a creepy old lady was trying to eat our arms.
Yeah, I think we are on the peak of a mountain somewhere with Shine, discussing the morality of sacrificing an innocent baby to what essentially seems to be an evil demon.
Yeah, you've traveled half an ocean away to the Arcadian Isle of Bravo, which has been lost from the rest of Arcadia for a long time now. You've sought out an ageless, timeless creature, might be human, might be elf, might be other planar, who knows what she really is, who resides halfway up a mountain that's 20,000 feet tall or something like that, 18,000 feet tall, in a cave with nothing but a crack and vapors, who seems to exist without food or water or company or companionship, far away from everything else. A creature of overwhelming evil and power, who sits and smells the vapors and sees the future and knows things unnatural. She has confirmed to you that Anton lives somewhere, and as you've been asking for more answers, she's hungry. She's very hungry. And she wanted a sample of someone's arm. And right before he handed his arm over to her to who knows what, Tyrael stopped Imric and asked if there was another price to pay. And the other price was a small child, preferably a baby, fresh and innocent, so delicious. And as the party's getting ready to go find this child, Shine has begged you, pleaded with you, not to sacrifice this someone else's innocent babe plucked from their mother's arms to this monstrously evil creature. I think she said something to the effect of, like, this is no ordinary feasting. It's not simply eating the child.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Shine, what do you know of this creature? What is it? Ancient evil? Is it a god? A demon?
I have no idea. But you can feel it too, the evil rolling off of her in waves.
It's uneasy. Worse than Scoria, perhaps.
What would you have us do, Shine?
Turn back. Go back to home. Leave Anton for dead.
You think we can face Scoria without him? I'm not so sure.
So is that what we are then? Are we disposable weapons to be used and tossed aside? The kingdom no longer needs us? 1, 2, or 3 of us die in our mission to defeat Scoria? Is that just a cost that we accept?
Well, we did always know that was a realistic possibility from the start.
A realistic possibility, sure, that one of us could be killed. I didn't know it was a realistic possibility that we'd abandon one of us for death. I think it's markedly different.
I agree. It'd feel different if we knew he was dead. To leave him out there, lost for who knows how long, could be eternal torture.
He can end his life whenever he wants, can't he?
Can he? What do you know of where he is? We don't know where
she knows nothing. She doesn't even know what dimension she is.
I know as much as you do. He may live forever there, he may die shortly, he may be dead already, and she could be lying. He may end his life after a few minutes. We know nothing. We're taking this creature's word.
We're taking a risk to get our brother back. The other path that you suggested, there's no chance to get him back, so it seems like even a risky path is preferable to that one.
What about the other costs? What about the cost to your home, your souls, your country?
What's the cost to our country if we die, if we fail?
She looks away.
Enslavement. There's no easy choice here, Tyrael. if we go with this baby, who knows? You know, there will be no easy answer here. Whatever this creature is, it'll take a cost from us one way or another. We won't walk out of this the same. Maybe physically whole, but not really whole.
I don't see there being any alternative. I don't think either of us can afford to give up limb, no?
Perhaps I can't lose an arm, but I can fly, maybe a leg.
You want to hobble around for the rest of your life? Do you think that'd be wise? You go to fight Scoria and she manages to cast a dispel on you, and you're moving around her cave like a cripple in the middle of a fight?
I know. You're right. But preferable to if it means we get Anton back. Maybe, I don't know. I shake my head. Like, there's no easy answer.
Well,
We've
Shine,
got
what do
three
you know
choices
of...
and they're all bad.
What do you know of regrowing limbs? Is it doable? Has it ever been done before?
There are some spells out there that existed once upon a time, back when the gods resurrected people and there were powerful clerics walking the lands. Spells that could regenerate limbs. Holy spells. There are... wish spells can do such things too. It's not impossible. I don't know if there are clerics around today that could do such things. But also, I don't know if a limb eaten by this creature could ever be regrown.
Maybe it would grow back worse.
This is not an ordinary thing we see here.
I know it didn't even attempt to defend itself or question us. You know, two fighters such as us and a gold dragon, you'd think it would be on the defense. It didn't even seem to concern it.
Seems a tad otherworldly. I don't think I can put into words the aura that this thing was emitting when I looked at it. My ring of seeing. Never had something light up evil so brightly in front of me before my entire life.
What does it really want with a baby?
I don't know, its soul? You tell me, you're the wizard.
Could be doing maybe to cast some sort of dark magics.
Surely you're not asking the rogue.
Well, I'm saying though, like, you know, beyond the initial loss of the life, there could be more consequence.
If we're to believe what Shine says here, the loss of life is probably the least of consequence to the child we bring.
Yeah. We could find an orphan, a child without mothers, maybe someone expected to live a short and painful life. It's probably the best way to do it, but even that, the implications could be terrible.
Well, we decided neither of us can afford to lose limb. If that's so, then the next part of this discussion is to find a child. To figure out what kind of child we'd like to find.
Shine, if we go through with this, what happens to you? Does our deal survive an act like this?
Of course our deal survives.
I swore that I would serve the McGarry family for generations. I honor my oaths. She doesn't make eye contact while she says that, though.
Is Shine... I still have the ring. When I look at Shine, does she emit a good aura?
Oh, absolutely. Unquestionably.
If you give up a limb... I don't think I would ever command you to do such a thing. But theoretically, if you gave up a limb, would you be able to utilize your dragon form to its fullest? Or would that be missing transformation?
I fully expect a limb lost in human form would be the same as one lost in my natural form. I don't think any parlor tricks will get us out of this.
You're going to outlive all of us. You probably have access to more people, more wisdom, and more spells. We'll probably come across in our entire lifetimes, even as lucky as we have been on our journey so far. Perhaps I offer you a deal. Were you willing to sacrifice a leg or an arm? What if we cut down your servitude to, say, 50 or 60 years instead of the lifetime you've promised us?
She looks to her arms. Is that something you would ask me to do?
If you think, just curious what your thoughts are on it. Again, I don't think I'd ever command you to do something like this, but...
The period of time for which I serve your family is not... how do you say? I may live to be 1,000 years old. The generations that I will serve your family will bring me to my elder ages. That is a price I am very willing to pay. Spending the rest of my life free of my commitments to you, but maimed in form, is not impossible. But I wouldn't do it to shorten my oath. I intend to honor my oath. Reducing that time means nothing to me.
I understand. Well, any other ideas? Emmerich? Not sure if there's a way to think ourselves out of this one.
I think Shine's right. I don't think we'll be able to trick it. I don't know what it is.
Of course, we're not going to be tricking it, yeah.
So, the deal is on the table. One of us gives up a limb, we find it a baby, or we leave Anton for dead. There are options. I think Tyrell... I don't know. Over the years that we've been doing this, since we've set out adventuring, I've always tried to play a foil to Anton to guide you in the right direction where I can. Encourage you to do the right thing, but this decision's hardest that we've ever had to face, and I can't tell you what to do. You're the leader of our family, the leader of the empire to come, and it has to be your decision. Whatever you choose, I'll go with it. If that means my leg, then so be it.
Suppose it's a child we must find, then.
I look at Sean and then look away.
Her eyes are closed. She breathes a heavy sigh before opening them, moving to the edge of whatever cliff you're standing on, and taking dragon form once more, slowly stretching out her arms that become wings, her legs mutate into her hind legs, new arms spring forth. Soon she is a large gold dragon.
Where do we go?
Craning her head back around to you, there are people here. There are some towns, villages, and wild people amongst the jungle. They're not hard to find if you know where to look. Probably best we find one of the small villages. No need to entangle ourselves in the happenings of the cities here.
Indeed. Sounds as good a plan as any. I'll start to climb on. Are you ready, Emmerich?
Yes. I'll climb up.
Shine will soar over the jungles nearby, flying sort of around like this, looking for telltale signs of human habitation. She'll spot a little bit of smoke rising through the jungle, and and come soaring over, looking for a place to land. Not really finding one. The canopy's so thick here that it's hard for her in dragon form to really get down in and amongst the trees. She will end up landing in this bamboo hex right over here. Much easier. She can just crash down the bamboo with her weight. Not a problem. Taking human form again, the whole party can venture to the east, spending half a day tromping through the jungle. There are monsters here. Some of them are scary, but they don't really threaten the brothers McGarry. So, hours later, having fought large natural creatures, strange troll-like monsters, you find yourself near a small entrance to a cave, maybe 6 feet across and 12 feet tall, sort of like, teardrop shaped, with a fence across it, a spiked fence, wrapped with vines, edges, carved with stone weapons probably. And there is a human face peering over the top of it, looking down through the jungle at the party approaching. Right out front of this little cave is a stream that comes from deeper within. The smoke rolls out of the top of that narrow teardrop-shaped cave entrance, sort of rolling up and then out into the air. There's a small door. You'd have to hunch to get through it. It's tied shut with more vine rope here. That pair of eyes, the watchman looking over, sees you, and their eyes are wide. Big as saucers wide.
Mm-hmm.
Our brothers are wearing dragon scale.
Yeah, we showed up with a big ass dragon too. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Whatever this is duly impressed.
Can I call out and speak? Do they understand any of the 3 common languages I speak?
They don't seem to respond to any of your languages, but when you do call out to them, well, I shouldn't say they don't respond. They don't seem to understand.
Mm-hmm.
But when you call out to them, they do disappear within the cave, shouting in a language you don't understand.
I look over to Emmerich and I ask him, do you have any spells that allow you to communicate with these people, or no?
No. Well, let me check my scrolls.
As you pull up your bag and start looking at your scrolls, remembering what you've brought with you, the little hatch swings open, and pouring out are maybe 30, 35-ish people. Some of them have stone weapons, but they don't seem to be coming at you aggressively. They are coming out in wonder to gaze upon you. At the very back of the group is an old woman, the oldest one of the people here before you. And she sort of hobbles to the front, walking on a stick, coming down the slight slope of the hill, walking alongside the stream, the group following behind her. Do you keep fumbling during this, Emmerich, or do you stop?
Yeah, I'm looking through my scrolls.
Yeah.
I'll reach over to, or I'll speak over to Shine. I'll try again to call out in my 3 languages. I think Dracissian, Mystrian, and not Eridonian. Oh, it is Eridonian, Dracissian, and Mystrian. Does the elder in the back respond?
I've got a as well, but I doubt they speak that.
No, they don't speak any of those languages. But they come down, and the woman raises up both of her arms, including the one her staff is holding, and shouts something. And the whole lot of 30, 35 people drop to their knees and kowtow before you. The old woman drops down to one knee, resting heavily on her staff, bowing her head.
I ask Shine, what languages do you know? Can you speak to the people on this island?
She shakes her head. I don't know the words they speak. It's new to me. Give me a week or so and I can learn it.
Any spells to communicate with them?
She looks to Emmerich.
Oh. Although, my glasses do allow someone to read all writings, so I could write something down and then give my glasses to the old woman.
Oh, that's a really good question. Would the glasses allow you to read if you don't know how to read?
No, they're...
It says
maybe.
Read and comprehend all writings, but not the topic.
Like, what if you gave the glasses to like a 2-year-old that couldn't read yet? Would they suddenly be imbued with the power of reading?
Right, a 2-year-old would not be able to read. Yeah.
Okay, maybe you've got to be able to read. But she can probably read. She's old.
Possibly.
I don't think age is the thing that imparts literacy.
Just looking through my rings to see if we have any creative ways of communicating. We used the dragon weapons before.
That's true. Yeah, that was good. That was a good way of doing it.
Shine does not have any spells that will help you communicate with them.
This isn't going to be easy, even if we could talk to them.
Well, they're savages. I'm sure we could offer them gold and they'd throw us a child, right? I'm sure half their children died during childbirth anyway. What?
Speaking of children, of these 35, about a quarter of them are quite young, are children, and there is one woman here, one mother here, holding a child, like a baby.
Perfect.
Not like a brand newborn, but, you know, maybe like an 8-month or 13-month-old.
I point it out to Tyrell and say, there. Perhaps for gold.
I will, Fuck. Can we go back an hour? I should have shown up with a plate mail of command on, actually, but no, fuck it, it's fine. I'll point to the child.
Rod of Splendor.
You have the what? Oh, fuck it.
The Rod of Splendor.
I'll point to the child. And I will point in front of me. To the child, and I'll point at the ground in front of me.
I mean, everyone's like bowing their heads down to you. No one's looking at you right now. You are being worshipped at this point.
Oh, the woman isn't?
All of them, yeah. Even though the old woman, you know, she's on one knee because her knees are really bad. But everyone has their heads bowed down in subservience and honor.
Since they're all bowing to Tyrell, I suppose, I will start to walk slowly into the crowd.
Yeah, as you walk amongst them, they will look up at you. And, you know, eyes are reverent, gazing upon this illustrious man with fancy clothing, wonderful sandals, you know, these impressive rods and staffs. And, you know, you're compared to these people who are wearing reed skirts and, like, rotting hides. You must be like a god to them.
Yeah, I walk up in front of the woman with the baby.
Breathless, excited, she lifts up her newborn, her not newborn, but her baby to you. You know, in an offering of, please bless my child.
I say a few random magical words and go to take the baby.
The old woman gives out that same word again, and everyone together begins chanting this phrase or this word over and over again. They look so happy to be blessed by your presence.
Let me see, what can I cast a spell for them to cheer them up?
Why? They're happy. They don't need cheering up.
Fucking ice.
Their child is being donated to the glory of the fucking dragon gods right now.
We'll just cloud kill them so we don't have to feel bad.
Oh yeah, is that how that works?
Yeah.
I want to remove.
Start to walk backwards slowly with the baby.
I'm gonna remove from my pouch two.
The woman gets to her feet, but a person nearby like holds her hand and keeps her from following after you, not wanting to, you know, scare off the gods.
I want to withdraw from my pouch 2 gems. These are valuable gems worth 50 gold pieces each. 50 gold. These are tremendously amazing looking gems.
So fucked, dude.
And I will walk forward and I will place these 2 gems in the hand of the woman who is now babyless.
Wait.
What?
She takes the gems in your hands but tries to look around you to watch Imric. There's like this hope in her eyes that is slowly fading as Imric gets further away.
Oh wait, I was gonna cast
These people have gold and shit. Don't tell me it's worthless. I'm sure they trade gold. Everybody trades gold. They gotta have some kind of thing. But okay. I nod and I turn around with a little bit of a not pep in my step, but kind of jogging to the dragon. I say it's time to go, Imric.
The chanting begins to falter and fade as you walk away.
Just walks up and takes the baby.
It's time to go. I'm on the dragon. Is Imric on the dragon?
Well, you got to walk back to the bamboo. You know, it's going to be a couple hours until you can take flight again. As the whole party begins to leave, the woman begins to call out and breaks free of the person who's holding her and comes chasing after you alone.
Excuse me. Doesn't she have some very nice gems right now to be looking at?
It seems like she handed them off to someone else because she's coming at you empty-handed.
Interesting.
She's talking at you in some primitive language. She's looking at Imric and asking something or begging something or praising you somehow. You're not sure what she's saying, but she seems very emphatic.
I nod at her. And take it, like,
She stops.
Gulp a little bit. I hand the baby to Shine. She's in human form, right? Or is she in dragon form?
She's in human form, yeah.
I hand her the baby.
Woman sighs.
I
sigh of relief.
I put a hand on her shoulder. And
And wait, what are you doing? You're about to do some dumb shit.
No, I'm not. I kiss her on the forehead, and then I say the same magical words that I said before, and then I as if to spin her back around and push her back towards the group.
She stumbles a few steps and turns and looks over her shoulder, aghast, as the three members of the party walk away with her child. When you get about a few 100 feet away, you can hear like this wail and shriek of despair pierce the jungle. It slowly fades as you walk away, soon getting lost in the sound of the rain as the storms that come every day beat down. It's loud with the storms and the lightning. Too loud to have conversation as you make your way back to the bamboo, so Shine can take dragon form and fly you away.
I step back a little bit from the group after maybe like half an hour of walking. Okay, I'm gonna stop, and I pull out the bottle of the vapors that I took from the mountain. And I'm gonna try and inhale them and look to see the future of what happens if we sacrifice this baby to this thing.
It's not the future that you see, though. The future you see is the woman whose child you've taken. She sits on a nice tall chair in the very back of the cave with all the other people in the village bowing down to her and praising her and worshiping her. And yet she seems lost in thought and distantly focused. The old woman stands beside her with a hand on her shoulder and a staff also in the chanting and worshiping. Clearly, the villagers here are honoring her for her sacrifice. And she's
done more than she can ever know.
She's just lost.
Okay, I content myself with that somewhat. I'll catch back up with the group. Pocketing the empty vial. I'm gonna get some more of that. And some good shit.
Alright. Baby in hand, you make it back to the bamboo forest. It's dark now, but you can use magical light to guide your way. You don't want to sleep out here in the jungle. You want, to get back to your sheltered place. So eventually you make it back on Dragon Wing. It'll be difficult to hold on to the baby, but you can do it. You can hug it tight to you, or give it to Tyrael, who's in front, and you can hug Tyrael so that way he's in the proper saddle position. Whichever case it is, before you go, Shine will ask, do you go to Atropos this night, or do you go to a sheltered place and bring the babe in the morning? The babe who is crying in your arms.
We just go to Atropos now.
I think we should just do it now before we have time to reconsider.
Yeah. The squeals of the child are lost in the winds as Shine flies back to the mountain. Imric, you got another one of those polymorph spells so they can easily get to her little cave?
No. So maybe we'll have to wait another night then. I can cast fly
spider
on
climb
myself.
Spell?
Yeah, I've got a spider climb and I've got a fly spell, so between that we can probably make it work.
Yeah, between that, you could have Tyrael jump off Shine just onto the mountain, and you could fly yourself down there, and Shine can just wait somewhere else for you.
Yeah, okay, let's do that.
All right. Our party returns to Atropos' lair.
I guess I carry the baby since I'm flying down with it.
Mm-hmm.
When we land, I wait. I probably get there before Tyrael since he's climbing down. I stare into the darkness of the cave. Do I see Atropos? She can probably hear the baby crying already.
Mm-hmm.
I look up at the mountain, waiting for Tyrael. I try and calm the baby. Shh. Shh, it's okay. It's going to be fine.
I haven't smelled something like that in so long. Bring it here. Bring it here.
You must wait for Tyrael.
I'm so hungry. Please, just a nibble. Just let me snack on some fingers while we wait.
You'll wait until we're ready.
You're such a tease, Imric. And soon Tyrael finds his way into the cave.
When he gets there, I say, Tyrael, I can't do it. Can you? You have to be the one. I say, and offer him the baby.
I grab the baby. I carry it in.
I walk a few steps behind.
She starts to giggle and bounce slightly in excitement. Still seated at the back of the cave near the vapors that rise up before her.
Speak to the
Like
lady. Will an arm or leg do?
No, I want the whole thing. I'm not content with just a nibble.
You can tell us where Anton is, but can you bring him back?
She licks her lips, and like a stoner preparing to eat a delicious meal, she puts her head over the vapors and inhales deeply one last time and reaches out her hands blindly in front of her, not seeing, reaching for the baby.
I'll hand her the baby.
She takes it and devours it quickly.
Oh God,
her mouth opens like a snake's, too large for a normal person. Her teeth, which seemed sort of normal and falling apart, all of a sudden seem unduly sharp. One bite for one leg, one bite for another. Mid-torso with the third, the fourth bite swallows all but the hands, and she takes the time to nibble on the fingers as she speaks to you the rest of the time.
Neil, you need to look at yourself in the mirror.
Scrumptious. Now I can focus on my thoughts. She takes another quick sniff of the vapors. Yes, yes. The plains, Anton. All the plains are interconnected. Some are closer to others. Some rest between each other. Anton is somewhere he can breathe. He must be at least sort of near the plane of air if he can breathe. Yes. But you know, travel between planes is difficult. The spells are complicated. Attuning your magic to each particular plane requires the right catalyst, the right conduit. In order to travel between the planes, the magical vibes must be just right, else you find yourself lost far. If you want to find where Anton is, you'll need to travel the planes and find which ones he is closest to. There is a spell I can teach you, Imric McGarry. A spell you can attune to Anton himself, and it will tell you on which plane you are, how close Anton is to you, how far removed he is from you. And as you walk from plane to plane, casting this spell, you'll find, hopefully, the confluence of planes he is closest to. A wizard like you, spells at your disposal, libraries of knowledge, spell components. You surely can find the right catalyst once you find the planes he is closest to that will bring you to him.
How do you teach me this spell?
I'll need part of you inside of me, one way or another, she says and licks her lips.
I look at Tyrell. I take a step forward. What part?
Her unseeing eyes sort of like gaze down and up as if looking you up, but she's not looking at you. She's like off-centered somehow, but she's still going through that mechanical response of like, you know, objectifying you.
What's the name of the spell?
Spells like these need not names, although you can call it whatever you wish. I'm still quite hungry. You could give me your arm if you don't wish to spend the night.
I step forward. This is nonsense. We fed you an entire human child.
I told you how to find him.
You said you'd tell us where he was.
Well,
I did.
And how to get to him. We're not here to feed you villages of children. We think you've rewarded you quite a bit.
I look back at Tyrell, and well, I walk up to him, and I say, "We've already sacrificed a lot. Perhaps I should just go through with it."
To lose a
Here
limb?
in the morning. No, I'll spend the night with it.
Spend the night with what?
With her.
Sure, but you're not going to lose a limb to this creature, are you?
No, I think she wants something else.
As long as you feel like you'll be safe.
Well, I'm not sure I'll be safe ever again after this.
Me and my companion here can rest at the front of this cave, yes?
You could join us. I can't teach you the spell, but I can show you things.
And you sweeten the deal. Once we find our brother, we have to kill the great red dragon Scoria. Perhaps you could impart some more magical knowledge with me. At least make this... At least make this act worth it.
One deal at a time, Imric.
Okay, I'll take a seat at the wall in the cave, rest, watch, and learn.
Alright. I cast Advanced Illusion to play Barry White. I take my robes off. Let's get it on.
Wait, did I miss
Why don't we
that
take
much?
our first break right here?
We'll be back. Be careful.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Tombs of Scoria. Imric
All right.
takes
You
his
see
robes
Imric.
off. Go ahead, please.
So, you know, he looks to the entrance to the cave and sees Tyrael and Shine looking away. Looks back to Atropos, who's probably licking her lips and looking at him. Looks down at the ground. Remembers the last time he saw Shelley on the balcony in her castle. Sharing a moment, you know, a glass of wine, some grapes, looking over the sea. And he puts that thought to the back of his mind. Resigned to a life of being alone. And slowly, like, takes off his robes of greater, what are they called? Greater robes
Greater
of shielding or
protection?
something. Yeah, robes of greater protection. Neatly folds them up on the ground, takes his sandals off, puts them there too. Takes his glasses off, puts them on the sandals, you know, closes them, puts one in between the sandals, takes his, like, backpack folding off, obviously, so he's got nothing, lays his bow next to them. And,
But your rings, right? You still wear your rings and your amulet?
Yeah, I guess so. Just in case. Yeah. And I will look back up at the thing and walk towards it.
Mm-hmm. Those robes were robes of protection from evil, weren't they?
Yeah, so probably can't be wearing them.
Yeah.
Wait, what does protection from evil do in 2E?
Stops them
Prevents
touching me.
Touching you, and life draining, and soul draining, and all the sorts of things that you really, really want to have right now.
Gotcha. I was gonna say we have scrolls of protection from evil, but if she's not gonna be able to touch you, maybe it's not a good thing.
Well,
I think she wants to touch me.
She wants to touch you. She is hungry, and her hunger is for flesh in all its forms. It is a long, hard night. Every time you feel like you've had your fill, the flesh is strong. As weak as your will might be, your flesh remains strong. And the woman must be blessed by Reluna herself, goddess of passion, for her appetite is insatiable. Tyrael, there are cries coming from the back of this darkened cave after the sun goes down that will send chills through your bones for the rest of your life. This monster of a woman back here has lost herself in these actions. Her long hair, you can't quite see it, but every time Imric opens his eyes, he can sort of notice that this, like, hideous, haggard, naked woman straddling him with these, like, long, sharp fingernails seems to sort of be flickering around. You know, when you normally see her with her smile, it's like a half-toothy grin, but every now and then you catch a glimpse of these, like, long, sharp teeth, and this hair sort of, like, moves of its own accord in unnatural ways. The, like, length of sagging flesh and wrinkles will... It doesn't matter. But it's an all-night event.
What's the experience like for Imric?
Uyghur.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. He should roll a con check at least.
You can roll as many con checks as you want, but there are magics here that are affecting your
Perception.
flesh, but not your mind and not your...
Okay,
your-
fine. A con check
your
and a
will.
wisdom check. We hear you.
No, I mean, Imric's resigned himself to it.
Okay.
If only... should have had a drink beforehand, but I didn't have any on me. That would have been in character.
You know, when you do like a lot of crunches or something, and your abs get so sore that you really can't move yourself. Well, you find yourself, upon your back, exhausted. That same fatigue of like you really can't move anymore. You've hit that runner's wall, and there's nowhere you to go, and yet this hideous creature, and I don't mean physically, I mean like spiritually and morally hideous creature, will take every last ounce of energy you have, leave you exhausted in a sweating pile of your own and her filth and mess. Everything that you have held sacred or looked forward to has been horrified and putrefied. Every position, every act, every deed. It is terrible.
I guess pass out at the end of it.
That would be a relief. And yet, through this sharing of spirits, through this most intimate and vulnerable act where you really give your entire self up to another person, you feel the pieces of a spell coming together in your mind that will allow you to track someone, or at least notice how far they are, how many planes removed they are from you. And by the end of the night, by the time maybe half an hour after dawn breaks, she's greedy. She pushes things too far. You feel like you could memorize this spell and cast it. It's 3rd level.
Ah, joke's on me because I'm maxed out on 3rd level spells.
You get an extra 1.
Wow.
You can call it whatever you want. It will attune you specifically to Anton and tell you how far he is from you.
Plane.
You will need a component that is something that was Anton. A single hair of his would be fine.
Is it only for Anton this? It can't be used for other...
Actually, I take it back. It is only for Anton, which means you don't need any components. You don't need any bits of him.
This spell only works on Anton.
This is, yeah. But you know enough about wizardry and magic that you could recreate the spell at 3rd level for any other single person, or you could recreate the spell at a higher level in a way that would allow you to track anyone for whom you have a component of. There would be research involved, but you can do other things with this.
Okay, well, in the morning, I think, Imric's lying on his back, barely able to move, looking at the thing. She finally seems sated.
She hops off you, goes back to her spot.
We'll crawl backwards a little bit away from her to his pile of things and quickly put on his robes of greater protection. Hoping that they still work. And slowly, gather his things. And for the first time, look over to Tyrell and Shine.
Shine is not present for this. She couldn't make her way into the cave, if you recall.
Right.
It's just you and your brother who witnessed the whole thing. There was no sleeping tonight.
I mean, I wasn't staring the whole time, Jesus.
Of course not. It was dark. You probably couldn't even see, but you could hear the shrill, horrible cries coming from within.
I think I just, gather my things and walk back over to the entrance of the cave to Tyrell and don't say anything. And I cast. Do I feel like I've relearned my spells?
No, absolutely not. You're completely exhausted.
Oh, fuck.
In fact, I think probably all of your spells are wiped from your mind at this point. This isn't just a physical exhaustion. This woman has imparted something into you, and she has used up your energy in many ways. There's no way like the fast way to learn spells.
I've got no spells. Do you think Shine will know to make her own way back? Let's get out of here. I say, clutching the amulet.
I mean, I shake my head and I say, well, we need to at least communicate with her first, yeah?
You can message her when I've rested.
How far away is she from the cave entrance?
I can't get out of here without magic.
No, but I could at least crawl down and tell her, yeah?
I don't know where she is, but...
I mean,
don't leave me here.
Well... If I peer out, do I see her anywhere immediately nearby, or how far away is...
Yeah, she's crawled maybe 50 feet down, clinging to the wall, her dragon neck craning up, not wanting to get too close, but close enough that she can pop in if there's some sort of emergency.
Okay, can I kind of whisper down to her, Shine?
You can hear her claws digging into the mountain as she comes up.
As she's climbing back up, I say to Tyrell, can you fly back? Let me go. Let me use the amulet.
Wait.
How are you going to get back home? How are you going to get back home?
I'll go to the giant cave.
Yeah, but from there, how are you going to get home?
I'll sleep. I'll relearn spells. I'll meet you back at the capital.
What if something happens to you in the
But
cave?
don't you want to be able to travel the plains?
Wait.
Plains are difficult places to cross. They're inhospitable to life. Don't you need protection? Don't you need our planar manipulator?
I look to Imric. We will be able to travel these planes, yes?
I'm sure there's a way. Find a portal or something.
Yes, there are so many portals, and they're so easy to hop from one plane to the other. You'll certainly be able to find him within a year. I'm sure of it.
What would you suggest, Hag?
I have a
for
tool.
For a pound.
It'll allow you to travel any plane you wish. Travel to any plane you wish, but once. Bringing you home will end the effect. You and all you carry and touch will come with you. It makes it easy to hop from plane to plane. Best at the points where they're weakest. If you find yourself at a portal, you could simply step from one to the other. You find yourself anywhere. It's a doozy.
How do we learn such a spell? What do you need from us to teach?
It's no spell, it's an item.
What would you trade for this item?
That child was delicious. But you know what's better? Better than a 1-year-old savage baby from beneath my mountain. Maybe even too good to eat. Maybe I would just keep it as a pet. The firstborn child of a newly minted king.
Can I'm wearing a Ring of Free Action and a Ring of Seeing. Can I activate my Ring of Seeing again? Does this person have any magical items on them? Can I see anything?
Yes, she does have a few magical items on her. She is wearing, I think, an amulet and a ring. They're moderately powerful. You have to look at her for a little while because she is so overwhelmingly, she projects such an evil aura that it sort of obscures the things that she's wearing. But she's got an amulet and a ring on that are magical. Like, moderately. Not strong enough to be something that transports you through planes.
It could be stored in extra dimensional space. I probably shouldn't try to kill this person.
It's too late for that. If we were going to do that, we should have already done it.
Well, no, because we killed him earlier. It's not like you're going to learn the spell, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, in for a penny, in for a pound, if she wants another night.
She doesn't want another night. Did you hear it? She wants the firstborn of a royal family.
Yeah, but you asked what you could trade for him.
That sounds like what she wants to trade. She doesn't want another night. She wants a...
But you haven't had your kid yet.
That's right.
What do you mean?
Well, you'd have to have a child first, right? She's asking for your firstborn.
Is she asking for mine?
I will let you defer your payment until the time comes. But the time will come, Tyrael McGarry. And I want it.
Don't do this, Tyrael. We'll find another way.
Yes, there's always another way, isn't there?
Is there anything else I could give you? Or have you had your lot of me?
You could give me some of your toes. Those would be delicious. But they won't get you the means to travel the plains.
We'll consider your offer, but I think we're done here for now.
Well, that is a pity. I'm sure, very sure, I will see you again. There's no way you'll find him without me.
Guess we'll see, huh? Okay.
As you turn back to face Imric, your Ring of True Seeing is still active.
Yeah.
And you see Imric and his flesh is rotting. There's a stench about him that you didn't recognize a moment ago. There's like a cavity in his chest where his like still beating blackened heart shows through. You can see that he is decayed, that he has been like used by some sort of demonic force. He is not the same Imric that you once saw.
I'll look at him and I will say, as I remove my ring of seeing, let me go shout at Shine. I'll have her start flying back. We can teleport back to the cave together. When I remove my ring of seeing, does he appear normal again?
Oh, he seems totally normal, and the smell quickly fades away.
Okay.
And you're wondering, like, maybe this is just like a trick that she's playing on you. Maybe this is just...
No, I don't think so.
Because he's totally normal.
I think that something has changed, but I'll shout out over Shine and I'll say, Shine, are you safe to fly back?
Yes, she is.
I'll put my arm on Imric's shoulders. I'll say, do you feel okay?
Considering. Let's get out of here.
Let's go.
And I activate the amulet.
And the three of you are gone.
And two of you. Oh, Shine's flying, I think. It's
No,
just
she
two of
is.
us.
Oh, right. The two of you are gone.
Wait, can we not just hop out of the cave and have her touch the amulet with us? Is there a reason why we can't do this?
I think there's a capacity. Why do you not travel with Shine via amulet?
She can't land in the cave, right? There's no limit in terms of people. From my understanding, it's if enough people hold hands, we could all go.
Yeah, can I just like lower you from the cave?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we can just all three teleport back together.
Yeah. She can just crane her head into the cave, and you can grab her by the ear or something. Yeah.
Sounds good. We'll teleport back to the cave easily with the easiest mission we've done yet.
Yeah. Back in the cave, abandoned by giants now. Mm-hmm.
Tyrell, maybe you should fly back to the capital. I'd like some time on my own.
Of course. Do you need anything, or is there anything I can help you with?
No, I'm fine. Ask Shine about plane travel. Her friend Hydroxys, the Mist Dragon. I heard that perhaps it had an item that could allow travel between planes.
Are you able to tell me what plane is Anton on right now? Are you able to cast that spell, or?
She said somewhere near the plane of air. I'd say that's where we should start.
So someplace near the plane of air. Can we at least fly you back to our keep, or what do we call it?
Shine will pipe in because you were talking about her and Hydroxys, and she says to you that there's no way Hydroxys will give up anything.
Perhaps not to let us use it?
No.
Why not?
Why would she?
We gave up the dragon slaying weapons.
She's not going to give you her magic items. She's not going to give you her staff.
We could borrow it, no? Maybe there's something. Don't you dragons trade? It seems like we've gone through enough dragon layers at this point to see that you guys are willing to trade off your magical items for gold and other things.
I made a pact with you to serve you in exchange. Hydroxys came to kill you.
Of course.
She is no friend of yours, even after you've given them up.
And there's nothing she would trade for any of her plane walking items?
I can't speak to know her every mind, but I would be baffled if she assisted us in any way, shape, or form.
Shine, do you know a portal to the plane of air?
No. Well, you open minor gateways. Those are technically portals to the plane of air.
Yeah, I was thinking that's a way through. We'd have to push past the wind, but I suppose that's
that
doable.
Might be...
Push past the wind? That's super easy, right? Ring of free action? Don't we just walk?
Yeah. We'll experiment with it. I need some time to
But what
relearn my
about
spells.
the other planes might be inhospitable? If you have to travel to the plane of fire?
Well, from what I've heard so far, my understanding is it sounds as those planes that are proximate to other planes are going to resemble them in features. So a plane that's near the plane of fire is going to be a fiery plane. A plane near the plane of air is going to be an airy plane. So I imagine there's probably some mapping of how to get from one plane to the next. Maybe Arc Somber will know a shortcut or a pathway or something that doesn't have us walking through a plane of fire first, perhaps? Or do you know something of this?
I think with this spell, if we go to the plane of air, we can at least determine a direction to travel.
Yeah.
If he was on the plane of fire, he'd already be dead.
True. Well, we know that he's in some plane that's proximate to the plane of air, yeah?
Yeah.
So...
At least we'll be making progress there, but... Shine, what do you know of the properties of time on the plane of air in the elemental planes? Keep hearing the words of that elven seer in my head. That perhaps we look for Anton amongst the elemental planes and come back having lost decades.
Only on the prime material planes does time travel at the same rate. On all other planes, things are different. Each plane is made up of others before it, and they all act in different ways. Only on these 3 material planes will things be easy and straightforward and predictable time-wise.
How bad are we talking here? We spend a week on the plane of air. Could it be decades? Or is it unknowable?
I don't think it would be decades. But it's not definable. There's not a formula that I am aware of that describes the difference in time passage. There may be it may be routinely predictable, but that knowledge has never been mapped out.
We need to be careful about that, Cyril. The elves are wise.
Yeah, of course. But we have nothing to do right now except for, I guess you need to rest. We'll fly back to the capital. I'll start asking
I'll
Arc
see you
Somber.
there.
Yeah.
Okay. I give Cyril a hug. And we'll walk deeper into the caves, like to be alone.
We're going to take a rare flash forward for you, Imric. Some point later in your life. And the details of this might shift a little bit. But at some point in the future, you will find yourself in a somewhat intimate setting with another person.
Yeah.
You used to visit plenty of brothels back in the day when you were a layabout drunk, right?
Well, I don't think brothels so much as, he was able to get girls. I don't think they were necessarily paid encounters.
Okay.
Maybe once or twice,
Sure, yeah. What sort of future prospects does Imric have in this setting?
I honestly think that Imric's not looking past Scoria at this point.
Yeah.
Fully prepared that we may just all die. And beyond that, I think if he's lucky to live through it, then that's something to think about then. Because right now, I think he thinks there's, a 90% chance that he'll probably die.
Jesus, 90%.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to take a look at one of these distant futures where you're in a cozy room surrounded by riches and splendor, sitting in soft leather sheets. Soft leather seats. It's comfortable. It's cozy. It's dimly lit. There's cigar smoke in the air. You've got a glass in one hand. And there is some woman sort of sitting on your lap, her arm round your neck. You've been talking for some time. There's been flirting happening. Is this some other noble lady that now that Scoria's done has come to wed Imric McGarry, brother of King
probably someone
King
from
Tyrael?
the Mistraean, some Mistraean noble in an attempt to, help things.
Yeah, maybe it's the first of the Mistraean nobles who are coming in this new vacuum of power, trying to secure the family line.
Yeah.
She speaks soft words in a sweet accent to you. There's music flowing in from the next room over. It's rich and decadent. The food tonight was lovely.
You think Imric's maybe looking past her, staring at maybe a burnished mirror that's on a table, like a dressing table just beyond, and he can see himself in the mirror, but the gal on his lap's maybe replaced with Atropos, and he looks back away from the mirror, sees her, she still looks the same, but haunted by that memory. Maybe this is the first time he's even approached an intimate encounter since. And as it gets closer and closer to being a reality, probably harder and harder to push it from his mind.
Yeah, she senses your sort of trepidation and pulls back a little bit and cocks her head to the side and says, "What is it, Imric? Is everything okay? Surely your thoughts aren't with the war. That's long over now. Now's the time for peace and celebration."
You're right, of course. It's just I'm troubled by the things I've seen. That's all. Perhaps I need another drink, and I'll like stand up and push her off me.
She gets up and kind of puts a hand on your chest and says, "Sit down. Let me get you a drink." And will sort of slowly bop her way over to the cupboard and take her time to pour a drink using all the appropriate angles to her advantage.
Yeah.
Taking her time to walk back, sort of, swishing her dress as she goes, teasing you by holding the drink just out of reach, bringing it all the way to her face, putting it in your hand as she brings her face close to yours, nuzzling her forehead against yours.
Yeah, I think he probably takes the drink, like maybe like embraces her, but takes the drink and then sort of is drinking the wine over her shoulder, lets the glass fall to the cup fall to the floor, taking one more glance in the mirror before like maybe standing up off the chair, picking her up and turning away from the mirror, I guess, and walking towards the bed, unsure of how it's going to go down. But prepared to do his best.
She picks up a cigarette from the ashtray, takes a few drags as she walks over to the bedside, putting it out as she leans in for a deep and sensual kiss, which ends with her pushing you away and screaming, scrambling across the floor backwards towards the door, shouting, "Away! You! What are you? Get away!" And then sort of looking about, seeing you as you are. What was that? What was that?
What did you see?
What is that smell, Imric? What's that smell? She gets up, hurries out the door, leaving it open behind her. The musicians standing outside stop. One of them kind of looks in and grabs the door and quickly shuts it.
I think he probably just goes back to the desk and pours himself another drink. Sits back in the chair, looking in the mirror.
What do you see in the mirror, Imric?
I don't know. Maybe I just see the, like, rather than seeing his reflection, he maybe just sees like a view back into that cave. Sees Atropos at the end of the thing, standing amongst the vapors. And yeah, I don't know. I think Imric's probably taken back to drinking in the face of the war being over and all of this trauma that's happened to him, and it's probably quite a sad tale, really.
Was it worth it, Imric? Was it worth it to get Anton back?
Is Anton back in this scenario?
Well, that's not really important.
Yeah, well, I mean, if he is, then I think if Scoria is dead, and Anton
in this scenario, Scoria is dead,
and hopefully Anton helped kill it, then I think it's probably worth it for him.
So with a cup in your hand in your chair, thinking that this is fine.
It's fine.
Worth. This is worth the price.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Back in the cave, in the present moment, what are you doing? Just resting?
No, I think he probably finds a little spot in one of the caves. You know, tries to find somewhere cozy, and probably like curls up into a ball and maybe like, you know, cries, and sort of tries to just work through the trauma of what's happened until eventually falling asleep, and then waking up in the morning and relearning spells.
Yeah.
And I think he's thinking of that moment, like I was talking about before, on the balcony with Shelley. That's probably the last time that he'll ever feel like that again. In a romantic way, you know, happy.
Yeah. Well, it'll take you practically all day to learn your spells, I'm assuming, since there are so very many spell levels to replace. Tyrael and Shine will have taken the sky exit from this cave and, I think, flown back home. Back to your castle or back to the capital?
Probably. When do we get back? Ideally, I want to go to the capital because I want to talk to Arxhammer about traveling plans.
Morning.
Then, yeah.
Yeah. Back to the capital it is. Big, bustling city, Wicthron Marenta, the place that you are here to protect and defend from Scoria. This is the land that you are to save. And here you are, in the midst of it, in its capital, its innocent civilians going about their lives, fully confident that the brothers McGarry will save them from this fiery fate that awaits them. These people are under your protection, and you are the only one that can protect them from the fires of the dragon. Does that have any more significance to you now than before, or has that always been here?
No, it has even less significance now.
Really?
Yeah.
Tell me more about that.
I think that when Tyrael started this adventure 70-odd episodes ago, I think that the feeling was one of resentment towards the kingdom and towards life in general. His father wasn't a very good figure, so he had to spend time with his uncle, pick up things from his uncle. His family was essentially robbed of the throne because his mother, while well-meaning and well-intentioned, was maybe a bit lazy or not ambitious enough to take on that role. And so for a long time, he'd been kind of resigned to just being part of a lower, shitty noble family. And then I think it felt like an opportunity presented itself to where there would be some redemption of that family name. So I think as the journey has kind of gone on, it's felt like there has been kind of this rise to prominence of the McGarry family. They finally started to get some of the respect. The other noble families, they've accrued not even a small fortune, but a fortune that maybe even rivals that of the capital at this point. They have a keep being built. They have untold magical items. They have direct communication with the royal family. They've now seen and experienced things more than any other person. But I think that while maybe even a few months ago, Tyrael had this idea that his family was finally rising to prominence, it started to seem like, especially over the past couple of months, they've started to trade away parts of their humanity in an attempt to essentially serve the kingdom to destroy Scoria. And I think as that process has gone on, now he kind of looks around him and he sees one brother has already been lost to Velthara. He was never happy about it, but especially, I imagine we've heard tales of the ceremony with his wife and everything. Tyrael's never directly confronted his brother on it, but it's a tad disappointing to see him heading down such a dark and mysterious route, further reinforced by his brother's seemingly horrible relationship with every cleric in the city. Now he's seen the true version of what's left of Imric after selling his soul to save said brother. He has a dragon that's constantly edging him on to forget one of his siblings completely. And now he comes back to a capital that didn't even seem that invested in saving Anton in the first place. So now it kind of feels like he's back at stage one of just the resentment that there's something inescapable about the stench of the McGarry bloodline, or something that's gone on, that's gone awry, that has basically rendered them as just kind of tools to the capital once more. And it feels like he's back at episode 1 mentally.
So when the people of the town come and, bow down to you in the streets as you're walking around, or throw flowers at your feet, or, heap praises and winning words upon you, is that like just salt in the wounds? Or
yeah, because what are these people though? They don't know any of the things we've been through. They don't know any of the sacrifices that we've made. They don't know anything. The praise is meaningless at this point, because it feels like in an attempt to build up and establish the McGarry family name, we've traded away so many different parts of our humanity to build up the name. So at the end of the day, what does it mean?
So their conditional flip-floppy love for you is no like...
Yeah, the day after Scoria falls, none of these people will care, and they'll just be back to business as usual, is what it feels like.
Well,
he's not even sure. There's even some self-doubt in terms of like how much have they even accomplished on their own. You know, they're essentially wearing items covered with the soil of the dead that they've stolen and pilfered from. They've now sacrificed children and other sacrifices in order to get to where they are. They've done insane dealings with all sorts of different magical creatures where it feels like parts of their soul have been traded away every single time they've made different agreements. They've scammed people from across the entire world at this point. I think did we permanently lose one of the items that we owe those Akuban monks? I don't remember. Or we haven't made any effort. So it feels like at the end of the day, there's that inescapability of like the roguish background from Tyrael. That at the end of the day, it's all just the same shit, basically, yeah. Except for a while, he fooled himself into thinking it was something bigger than that.
But at least you're gonna get your brother back.
Yeah, well, no. I think the body will come back, but again, that trading away of pieces of our soul feels like we've kind of been losing ourselves for a while now. That's what it feels like.
But not you. You haven't lost any of your soul, have you?
I think so, because Tyrael's body doesn't matter that much. He, as the older brother, his body was the bodies of his two younger brothers. And now both of them are essentially, at least their souls are in ruin. So the whole goal of protecting and serving the family and furthering it seems to be a bit for nothing at this point. That's what it feels like.
This is a low point for Tyrael, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you make your way through the city to the keep to speak to... Who is it?
Arksomber, to go travel a plane and find what's left of his brother, who ran in first to fight the dragon. Why did that even happen? Was Tyrael too slow? Despite his cloak of the cheetah, despite his boots of springing and striding, despite his natural agility, somehow his brother was the one to run in first to fight the dragon. A lot of failure on this.
Yeah, I think, and let me know if I'm dictating your character's actions wrong a little bit here, but I think you are a little tired of waiting for the guards to admit you entry into this.
Yeah, I was actually going to say when I came back, I would just start marching through. Like, let me speak to them. And they're like, oh, they'll be with you in 20 minutes. I think I would just let myself in or start moving through the castle, getting irritated. Because I'm also getting increasingly frustrated as we gain more access to things around the world. It feels as though the capital and the people here are becoming less relevant and less equipped. And I think Tyrael's starting to look down after having so many experiences on some of these people. Like even Arksomber, who 30 or 40 or 50 episodes would have seemed like such a wise and intelligent character, seems to be beneath Tyrael now in some extent, compared to the experiences we've had and the other types of people that we've talked to. Like we just came back from a demigod that breathes in the vapors of the earth about plane walking, and now I'm going back to visit Arksomber, some woman who's going to pour through books and books and books, who seems to have a competence that barely is the head of Clertus's, to figure out what she's learned locked up in her little tower for the past however many decades she's been here. Just, it's not a good feeling. And then the queen is going to be a constant stifle to everything because she's more concerned with running the kingdom than doing anything to help us. She's taken items from us. She has, sent us on busy work missions. They displayed an unbelievable amount of incompetence the second that we leave to go and procure some important item. The kingdom falls into ruin and we come back and we have to fix everything again. And it's just, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you soon find yourself at the outside of Arksomber's door. You've pushed your way past other doors. Trailing behind you are a couple of men-at-arms who are saying, My Lord Tyrael, please wait. Lord Tyrael, slow down. You get to Arksomber's door. It is magically locked. Only she and those she has deemed worthy may open it from the outside. What do you do?
I will give it a knock.
The door cracks open a little bit, and her apprentice pokes their head out and says, Excuse me, Arksomber. Oh, Lord Tyrael, I did not hear you announced.
Need to speak with Arksomber immediately. It's an emergency. Time is of the essence.
She's in the middle of preparing an identification spell right now. It'll take her the whole day.
What are you doing?
I was helping her, and part of that is answering the door so she's not disrupted.
How long have you been working in this tower that you can't create a simple identify spell?
I am just an apprentice, my lord. Arksomber is the true power in the kingdom.
Can I speak to Arksomber, please? It'll only take a few minutes of time.
It's an all-day spell to cast.
My request doesn't change. I need to speak with Arksomber. You can do the spell tomorrow. I'm sure whatever it is can wait.
Just one moment, and she like shuts the door, and then you can hear the like of her feet as she hurries up the tower to some other floor where Arksomber's doing these things. And a few minutes pass. The guards have caught up to you now, and they're just sort of like awkwardly standing by you, not sure what they're supposed to do. They were supposed to announce you and prepare everything, and now they're just, you know, escorting you, I suppose. Arksomber comes to the door and opens it with a furrow on her face. Tyrael, is everything okay? Well, what is so urgent?
Can I step in for a moment? Can we talk?
Of course. And she opens the door and shoos the guards off and tells the assistant to go upstairs and finish the preparations for the spell.
Questions about moving from plane to plane. Do you have any information about this, or do you have books that I can give to somebody who can read information about this? What do you know of this?
Yes, I have some books that talk broadly about the subjects. She settles into her chair and rings her bell for her assistant to bring you guys some tea and motions for you to sit down. Gets ready for a nice long chat. There are a great many theories on plane moving.
I'll kind of like wave it off with my hand and I'll remain standing. I don't care for the explanation. I don't need the explanation, and I can't do anything with the explanation. My question is that if we can locate Anton on a plane that is close to the elemental plane of air, can you point us in a way to get to that elemental plane?
Me personally? No, I don't have any planar travel spells. No.
Do we have any capable wizards in this country that are capable of doing such a thing, or that would have those spells?
That are capable of... No. Maybe Imric.
Do you have the books necessary to learn of these magics?
I have enough books that with time I could perhaps research such spells. I don't know what they are or how long they would take, but the research can be done.
Does he need extra materials? Does he need to do the research here, or can we do it at our house?
You could do it at your house, I suppose, if I lent you the... I feel uncomfortable lending out all my books. He could do it here with me. We could maybe work on them together.
He's had a bit of a tussle recently, and I don't know if he is healthy enough to leave the house. If I could collect some of these books, I'll bring them back to you in a fortnight, or however long it takes for him to learn these spells. You have my assurances.
Oh, well, it would take much longer than that, I'm sure. These spells would take... I don't really know for certain. I've never done it myself, but, a few months at least.
Months to learn these spells?
They have to be created from scratch. It takes time, effort, components. I don't even know if the books I have are complete enough to do this. Libraries are a complicated thing. But I'm sure there are books out there that would give us the information we need. Maybe the Mistraians might have some. The Akubans are renowned for their magic tracking spells. Maybe...
If we were to search for somebody who would be able to cast these types of planar magics, where would we find them?
The assistant shows up with some tea. She takes a sip. Would you please sit down? Let's see. By the time... Wizards capable of traveling between planes rarely settle down. They do not reside in kingdoms. They are entities of their own, usually. There might be some in Solemn. Rumors have it that there is an ancient tower that used to belong to a grand wizard of orders that rests in a city within Solemn. And Dark, there may be a wizard there who might know something about plane walking. But with the war with the armies of Arasi, I don't know if that wizard exists still, or if I know that city's been captured. Let's see. We should go ask Clertus. Maybe he's more of the academic on these subjects. Planar travel's not my specialty.
You know where Clertus can be found at right now?
I'll summon a guard to find him for us. She goes to the door and calls for one of the guards who's standing by and tells them to fetch Clertus as quickly as possible.
I'll walk up to the bookshelf and just start reading off random titles.
Some books have titles written in the common tongue, and those are on like the first 3 shelves. And then once you hit shelf 4, they start being in arcane runes, words that you would need a read magic spell to be able to even decipher the text written.
Okay.
The ones on the lower shelves are like nice research books and history books and, you know, blah, blah, blah. Eventually, 15 minutes later, 20 minutes later, Clertus arrives, huffing and puffing, so excited to be called and still sort of jittering and, you know, fumbling over his own words. Lord Tyrael, it's been so long since I've seen you last. It's a real pleasure. I hear you've killed Zorthis too. My, are we soon going to get her head as well to don our great castle walls?
I think her head is rotting in the bottom of a lake that we created in her lair. Who cares of dragon heads? Only dragon head we should care about is Scoria. I'm here to ask you about planar magics. Do you know any way to travel from plane to plane, or know of a person that could do such a thing?
Maybe Arksomber would have answers for you there. Arksomber shakes her head and does like a and closes. Well, in my research of great and powerful wizards in the history of Arcadia, there were some. There was one who was said to leave to travel the plains, and but they didn't come back. The theory is that they found new riches and time travels differently, and
I shake my head and I hold my head again. I don't care about any of this. I'm just asking you if you know somebody that can help us get there. If you don't, that's fine. I'll go search elsewhere. But I'd rather not waste my time here listening to fairy tales and gossip and possibilities and people that might be in continents that might have shifted or disappeared. If you don't know, I'll go search somewhere else.
Clertus visibly shrinks before you. I'm so sorry, Lord Tyrael. I don't know anything about this now. Perhaps if you give me a few days to search through my books, maybe I could find something then? I'm very busy with other things for the Queen, though.
What other things could take priority over this? What is more precedence than finding my brother? Or perhaps you guys have found another way to slay Scoria at this point? Maybe me and Imra could retreat to a brothel and just party for a couple weeks? If you guys have found another way to do this, I'd rather not waste my time.
Lord Tyrael, please. There are many irons in the fire, but you're the only hope we have of slaying Scoria, the only real hope.
Well, if that's the case, then I hope that you can find time to do some reading and research and come up with an answer for me within 2 or 3 nights, please.
Yes, of course, Lord Tyrael. I will talk to the Queen immediately about this. Yes, of course. I should go talk to her now, and he like edges closer to the door.
Okay. I'll look back to Arksomber and say, I suppose if that's it, I might send Imric here. Worst case scenario, and he can begin researching those spells. Hopefully it's not truly months of time. I don't know if we have that much time, but otherwise I suppose I'll be off.
Tyrael, Lord Tyrael. Magical research is a slow process, and you need to get everything just right. If you hurry it, the results may be catastrophic.
I think we have a disconnect between the lived experiences of you in this tower and me and my 2 brothers on the battlefield.
If you have a disconnect, it is only because people like me have spent so much time acquiring the knowledge necessary for your brother to learn his spells smoothly and easily. Magical research is a difficult and expensive task. You cannot just benefit from it and then claim that the research process should go more quickly. That's not how it works. Magic is not easy. It is hard. It takes lots of work.
What is it worth at the end if my brother dies because we're taking too much time? Maybe I'm too influenced by the things I've heard my father speak of generals on the field, but I remember what we were always taught growing up. I believe the saying was, a good plan, violently executed now, is better than a perfect plan weeks or months from now. So I'll take my chances elsewhere if it's going to take you months to do this research, but I'll send Imric up if we can't find any other leads. Unless you have anything relevant to tell me, though, I'll take my leave.
I think you should better had.
I'll leave. I'll go home and I think I'll chill for a day and wait and see if Imric shows up or comes back.
It'll take, a full day for Imric to learn his spells and make his way home.
Mm-hmm.
Unless it matters particularly which spells you use to get home, Imric, we can just say you get home the next day.
I think I just teleport back. Yeah.
Yeah.
When I can.
Yeah.
I make sure to I don't know, make sure I don't look too fucking depressed. Maybe I stop back in at the keep first to tidy myself up and make sure that I'm putting on a brave face. I don't want Tyrell to be distracted by worrying about Imric.
Yeah, while you're in your room, like putting on your brave face and you're looking in the mirror, you can see these like dark circles under your eyes. You notice your skin just like, it's one of these things that's probably in your own head when you're like nervous about your appearance, like you're gonna be on some big stage with cameras on you and everything, and you're looking in the mirror and you're like, ooh, I got like, you know, you're all of a sudden aware of all of your like imperfections and everything seems just like heavy on you.
Yeah, but I know that spell, right?
You know that spell.
Indeed.
And you learned it overnight. Guaranteed 100% chance.
Without even having to make a roll.
Yeah. The only way to learn spells.
I will, yeah, you know, once I resign myself to that I feel like I'm presentable, I'll teleport back to our house.
There you are.
Yeah, I teleport back to my room. And I put a smile on my face and open the door and shout to the first servant. Have you seen my brother, Tyrell? Is he around?
Upstairs in my
Lord
room.
Imric.
Being moody.
He's upstairs in his room. He's waiting for you, actually.
Good. I shall go and see him. Thank you. Could you bring me some food? I'm starved.
Of course.
I give a
She
nod.
like pauses for a moment and looks around and shakes her head and walks off.
Wait.
Yes, Lord?
Could you get me some wine as well?
Of
I'll
course.
wait here. I wait for her to bring me it.
Yeah. A couple of minutes pass and she brings you a bottle of your favorite wine and a pair of glasses.
I put it in my bag of holding. I give her the glasses back.
Oh, well, of course. And she hurries off.
Back upstairs. Tyrell. I'm back.
Sitting in a chair next to my window, staring out to the courtyard. 9 magical rings on my finger. 9 magical rings on my finger. The ring of seeing is sitting on my desk next to me. I don't want to wear it right now. I'll look over to Imric as he comes in and I'll say, "How are you feeling, brother?"
I'm all right. Yeah, I'm okay. Considering we need to get to work.
Indeed, I've asked around a bit at the capital. To no surprise, they have no answers for us yet again. Arxomber says she's got books for you to learn planar magics, but it might take you months to learn those spells. Claritus was a bumbling fool, like always. He said he'll do some digging. Maybe in 2 nights he'll have an answer for us. I don't have high hopes for him. I don't know if you have
to
anything
research
else.
a spell.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, it will take months, and even then, it could take longer than that. That's a very, very last resort. I've got 2 other paths. Number 1 is we use the gateway spell. Open a gate to the plane of air. Have Arxombar hold it open for us. I'll take flying spells, and we go through and see.
Who can cast the gateway spell?
I can cast the gateway spell. Arxombar can hold it, and then we can go through.
And you're
With shine
confident
if
that
we
you
have
can
to.
gate us to the correct plane?
I can gate us to the plane of air. From there, we can try and track Anton and see how close he is. I think that's where we should start, at least.
What is the plane of air?
Well, there's the prime material plane. That's where we are now. There's 3 of those. The first one had dragons. Second one has demons. Third one, that's us. I think around each of the prime material planes there are sort of demi planes and elemental planes. So there's fire, earth, water. All that water that we flooded into Zarathus's lair, that came from the plane of water.
Sure,
They
but I'm
border each
asking,
other.
if we go to this plane of air, what is it? Do we just fall infinitely into a pit of wind, or what?
As I understand it, there's just wind, and we can use this spell to at least find a direction. We fly in one direction. We've got a dragon, so that's going to help us.
Once we get to
Hopefully
this
shine
plane,
through.
how do we move to the next?
I think it's a case of walking or traveling. I think
You can
there
walk
are-
from one plane to the other?
As I understand it, yeah. Maybe walking is a bit too specific. With travel.
Well, if that's all there is to it, then perhaps we go... this is probably the next day, right? I talked to Arxomber yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah.
Perhaps
Yeah,
then we
that's
go
what
up to the tower and we talk to Arxomber and we ask if she needs to hold this gateway open for us. How long?
Should just be a moment for us to pass through it. It'll come with there'll be strong winds, but Neil, we would know. Does the Ring of Free Action allow us to walk through strong winds?
When you were bringing all that water through the portal, you stood under the waterfall with the Ring of Reaction without being bothered.
Yeah.
So
In
it
theory, this
should work unless there's some funky stuff going on the plane of air or like at the exact moment of the portal. But unless there's some weird catch, it should be totally fine.
We'll need to find Shine as well. We'll need her. That's going to be the easiest way for us to travel through the plane. The second option is this book, and I'll cast a spell book from my bag of holding, and I flick through the pages. I say, don't touch it, it'll hurt you. I'm immune to it now. And I flick the pages to the final page, and I point at this rune. I say, this rune allows planar travel. I've not used it, but it's random. The closer to the prime material plane, the more likely you are to go there, but in theory you could arrive anywhere. Now, that could be very detrimental to our health, but I suspect that wherever we would go, Shine would survive. So if we were to hide within her mouth, perhaps in a bag of holding, and she held us, she could activate the rune time and time again until we found.
How many times? I mean, if I'm to understand it correctly, there are an infinite number of planes. We could be stuck in there for days, weeks, months.
Definitely not an ideal path. I think we try the gateway first, travel to the plane of air. At least then we know where we are.
Sure, but then how do we get back again?
Well, we could do some tests. You know, the amulet. Maybe it works across planes. If Anton were here, I could maybe have him cast etherealness on us and then test the amulet, see if it worked. Maybe one of the other clerics here could do that. If the amulet works to bring us home, then that's a nice safety gap for us.
Perhaps, but perhaps the amulet would only work in a closer plane. If I'm to understand it, some planes are far more distant than others. Who's to say that if we get back from the ethereal plane, we get back from a plane much farther away?
I think on it. I wonder if my gateway spell could be manipulated to bring us a gateway to the prime material plane. Should be, in theory, easier to access here than there.
Well, I'm of no use to you in this conversation. Let's go talk about this in front of Arc Somber. Maybe she'll have a way to do this. Yeah?
Yeah. Do we... Wait, someone's just messaged me. We never actually got one of those fork things, did we, from the other campaigns? No, we don't have one.
No. Why would you? You don't even know that they exist.
Yeah.
Fork things?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yep.
Also, just real quick. Are you wearing when you wear glasses, does that occupy your helmet slot?
Yes. Wait, when you magical glasses occupy your helmet slot, normal glasses don't necessarily. If you have like a crown of something, you can still wear regular things on your face. Yeah.
Have we come across any magical facial helmet gear ever? Besides, we've got the crown for Anton and we've got the glasses for Imric. Is that it so far?
Yeah, I think that is it.
You don't wear like a helmet for like +1 AC or something, right?
Ooh.
What?
Ooh. Well,
I mean,
that's one of those things we don't look at because as Nick is about to say, technically all your armor includes a helmet set, but a helmet set is just like thematically awkward for you to be like, I have my helmet on. They can't see my face. And so we ignore the fact that you're wearing a helmet.
Yeah, that's fine. So you just have a helmet slot for a magical item, basically, not for like
a hat of disguise, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm only curious because I noticed my helmet slot is empty. So if we ever come across any magical shit like that, that's like a thing I can do. But okay, that doesn't matter.
And there's helms of telepathy. There are magical items for your head slots.
Gotcha. All right, to the castle for Arc Somber.
Yeah. You make your way back to the castle for Arc Somber.
Interrupting our identify spell again.
Well, it's the next day. Fuck them.
Yeah. Once again, the guards are pushed past. Imric, how do you feel about Tyrael just pushing his way past guards and opening doors without the proper, go wait in this lounge for me to tell you that someone's going to come here and all of that?
I think Imric, his initial feeling is like, oh, you can't do that. But he intrinsically understands why he's doing it and understands the frustration and feels it as well. And so just kind of goes with it. But his initial moment is like, oh, you can't do that. That's wrong. But as it happens and plays out before him, just goes with it.
Yeah. Soon, once again.
Well, just to point out, Imric kind of made a decision with the baby to follow Tyrael's lead and stop pushing back. So, I think this is maybe another representation of that. Just, it is what it is now.
Yeah.
So yeah, we
You
head to
make your way all the way back to Arc Somber's door. The door that can only be opened by Arc Somber, the magically enchanted door.
I'm a higher level than her. I think I open the door.
Can you...
Right, yeah, wizard lock.
Well,
If you
are
higher
you
level, you
4
can open
or more levels higher than Arc Somber? What is your wizard level?
it. 13.
It should be 4.
That is 4 or more levels higher, yes. This door, only Arc Somber can open. And you... Do you knock, Imric?
Yeah, I think I do. I knock on the door.
A few moments later, the pitter-patter of feet, the servant, assistant, apprentice opens the door. Oh, Lord McGarry's.
I'll open the door and I'll enter. We need to speak with Arc Somber
Excuse
again.
me, what, excuse me.
I walk through him with 18 con and 17 strength. I'm bulging, okay?
The apprentice falls before you, or not falls, but falls out of the way and gets to the side. Arc Somber, the McGarrys are here to see you. The servant calls up through the tower. What? Comes the reply. God damn it! And then the pitter patter of feet as Arc Somber appears, looking surprised to see you already in her chambers.
I call out, sorry to trouble you from the incredibly important, level 1 identify spell I think she's trying to craft a scroll for. I was merely here trying to save the life of my brother and perhaps the future of the kingdom. If you could spare us 5 minutes of your incredibly valuable time to take away from making scrolls. Is that okay?
I suppose.
I look to Imric and I say, yeah, go for it.
What my brother means to say, Arc Somber, is we need your help. Hopefully you can aid us. Our plan is to use the... I assume Tyrell's spoke to you of what we're trying to do here. We know that Anton's somewhere near the plane of air. I have a way to detect how close he is once we get there. As I see it, the best way through to the plane of air is to use Minor Gateway and have another wizard hold it open for us, so Shine and the two of us can travel through.
With Rings of Reaction, that might just work. Yes. That's clever.
Yeah, this amulet, you identified it, right? The recall, I say, holding the recall amulet. Do you think this would work across planes? If we get into trouble out there, you think this would bring us home?
No.
The Minor Gateway spell, do you think there's a way to... Right, obviously from here it can bring us to the 4 elemental planes. But do you think there's a way to manipulate the spell to bring us back to the prime material plane? Perhaps use an object that has great grounding here?
I don't think so. The 4 elemental planes are proto-planes. The spell Axis is a proto-plane, not a proper one such as this. You would need much more powerful spells, at least... I think even getting to the ethereal plane, which is a proper plane, is the 6th circle of spells. So at least something like that, if not higher. Maybe 7th or 8th. I wish spells could get you anywhere, I would assume. That's 9th circle. I think a proper plane walking spell might be 7th or 8th circle.
Then, Tyrell, we may have to use that book to get back. We'll have to hide with Shine and hope. It's the highest chance of bringing us home.
What book?
We have a book with a ruin. It's like
I'll
throwing
show
a
you
dice,
some,
I guess. We have chances to come back to the prime material plane. But it seems that this is out of your field of knowledge, so I don't know if we care to find her input on it.
Now, all magical things are things I should weigh in upon. That's always good to have an extra head around.
Well, perhaps once the war is over, we can donate it to her library and she can spend the next 5 years studying it. I think we need to move and find Anton.
Well, we can leave. We can leave, Tyrell. Let me show Aunt Sombar the book, just to be... Doesn't hurt to have another pair of eyes. I'll cast their spellbook and I hold it closed. And I say, we found this in Babylon's tower. It's dangerous. It drains your energy to touch the pages, so I would advise using only your eyes. And I flick through it, and then I point to the rune on the last page and say, this allows plane travel, but it's random. But if you read these runes aloud while holding the book, you'll travel to a random plane, most likely to end up here. with the help of a dragon.
You're not
perhaps.
seriously going to travel to random planes unprepared. You'd die.
Well, we could hide with the dragon.
No, but what if you appear in the plane of fire? You'd be immolated instantly.
She wouldn't.
You would?
Not if we were within her mouth or in a bag of holding.
I want you to understand that what I'm suggesting is simply an example of how existence on another plane may kill you. There's no... if you hide in her mouth or in a bag of holding and you and Shine go to a place that she cannot survive, you all die. If you end up in the middle of a demonic army, you all get ripped to shreds. You may end up in, the deep Feywild and 100 years could pass. Traveling through planes at random? It's suicide.
Is a red dragon or is a golden dragon even capable of being hurt by fire?
No.
How many of these other planes have you even traveled to, Arc Somber? Have you been to a plane of fire before? Or a plane of air? Or even gazed upon another plane before? Have you even traveled to the ethereal plane? I appreciate the advice, but you've studied and we've been there. Perhaps let us take one more trip to the other planes to find our brother, if that's okay. Our dragon will be fine. We're more than capable of surviving the journey. If Anton survived a journey all the way out there, we ought to be able to survive a journey just to bring him back.
What if you end up on the plane of the dead?
What is that?
The plane of souls, the negative energy plane, the moon, the Falumbra. You may end up... that might literally just be death. If you go to the plane where people are when they are dead, there's no return from that. You can't randomly travel through the... Don't... Imric, you know this. You know that this is dangerous, right?
My understanding is we're traveling from this plane to the airplane. We're not going to be taking a detour and ending up in random planes on other...
To the airplane is fine, but she looks at... she almost taps the book, but stops at the last moment. But this random plane travel...
Well, do you have some other way for us to get back, then?
What about a dismissal spell? Do you think you could cast that on yourself? Force yourself to return back to your home plane?
Perhaps, but you'd need to cast it on everybody with you. And with you being the last, if it works.
Is it an individually targeted spell?
It is, as I understand it.
We've got it in a book somewhere. I remember reading
We were talking about dismissal spells when the demons were running amok in Eridon. I looked into it as a method of, pushing back armies, but it was single target. And so we didn't bother. Long casting time, too. Full minute.
You could
There's got to be another way.
Is there?
Well, you could construct portals and gateways to very specific planes. Again, it would take time. You'd probably need to wait until the war is over to do it properly.
I shake my head. Obviously, that's not an option. How long has Anton been on this other plane at this point? I look to Imric. Has it been like 3 or 4 or 5 days? How long has it been?
Yeah.
4 or 5.
We don't know if his magical items work in these other planes. We don't know if he's able to access his food and drink from his Cloak of Plenty. We have no idea. We might not have months to find him.
Tyrael, those things you said are all true. He might be dead already.
He's not dead. We know he's not dead.
Are you sure this is a path you want to go down? It sounds like you're willing to kill yourself to get your brother back, and it might not work.
It's possible we've already given more than that. We've made it this far. We're at the home stretch now. We know where he is. We know what we need to do to reach him. We just need one way to get back.
We need to find...
Wait, what do you mean you know how to reach him?
Just what I said.
We figured out ways. You can get him from the plane of air?
We know how to reach him.
We can find him once we're there.
How do you find him?
This isn't a time for you to ask us questions. We've come to you for information. If you want us to share knowledge with you, I'm sure there'll be plenty of time for that after the war.
No need to be so testy, Tyrael. I'm on your side, remember.
I understand, but every hour that passes by is another hour that Anton might be being tortured in another plane, or he might be floating through or falling indefinitely through a hole that never ends, or I have no idea. I can't fathom waiting hours and hours and days and more doing nothing when we
She's
know where he
providing
is.
counsel. We'll
Feels
listen
like
to your
she's
counsel.
providing doubt and uncertainty and fear.
Well, there's no fast and safe way to travel the plains. It can't be done. Not instantly, not like this, not without months of preparation, perhaps years of preparation to travel multiple planes safely and easily.
Imric,
There must
It's
be a portal
just
somewhere.
not doable.
the mirrors
Right.
that we saw in Glacia, could those be used to travel planes? Were those mirrors manipulatable? Could you...
That's what they were for. The magics were broken. Perhaps it could be fixed. That is what that thing was for, though. I read about it in some of their books.
Again,
Oxamba,
more
you
time.
were reading through those books,
Energy.
right? Did you read anything about this?
About plane travel?
The books we brought back from Glacia, they have some sort of instrument up there.
You know,
series
Imric,
of
I've been
mirrors.
very busy. In case you haven't noticed, there's a war on. I haven't had time to page through those. It would take years to read them all.
I understand. I thought perhaps you'd have read them.
I asked
Only I
Ark
had the
Somber,
time.
if a large bag of holding was open within another bag of holding, what would the effect produced be?
No, that is suicide.
As I understand it, it's instant death. It's a resonance cascade that destroys everything within it. You create too much of an energy potential, and it rips apart everything in a 60 foot, 120 foot diameter. Only incredibly strong creatures would have a chance of being flung away instead of being outright ripped apart.
Where is Shine? She spoke about being able to travel to some of the elemental planes. Right? That's what she was doing. She was looking for Anton in some of the easily accessible planes.
I think Shine's waiting for you guys at your house. She's just chilling somewhere.
I cast Sending at her and ask her to come to the
Yep.
keep.
Shine will be here in an hour because she's going to go through all the normal protocols because she's a good girl.
So I will, talk to Arxamba about this plan and try and maybe work out the percentage chance of returning to the prime material plane using this book.
Yeah. The two of you can sit and pore over the runes and look at them and talk about magic. It'll take a while. Shine will show up while you're in the middle of it. Tyrael, you've been talking about all needed haste, and you know there's one fast way of making this happen. And these people are standing over these books talking about the percent chance that you might come back to this plane. And every time someone says something, someone says, but look at the position of this, this foil on this rune. I don't think that, well, hold on, let's look up this book where there's similar runes here, and these words might command this thing. And, it's a long process. And Arxamba suggests casting an Identify spell, particularly on that rune. And Imric tells her that, that'll take a full day to do. And she's like, well, it's better
That's not
safe
the
than
worst
sorry.
idea. It's not the
Yeah.
worst idea. No, never mind.
And those words of Atropos come ringing back in your head.
Yeah.
I know you'll be back.
I'm
She's
actually
offering
standing
a safe
at a
way.
window, staring out again into whatever, if there are windows in here, contemplating
Mhm.
the deal.
Yeah.
When Shine arrives, I'll say, Shine, it's good to see you again.
Mm-hmm.
We're discussing, the current plan is to use the Minor Gateway spell to open a portal to the plane of air. Hold it open. Arxamba can hold it open, and the three of us travel through
Mm-hmm.
and use that spell to look for Anton. But we're wondering how to get back. You said you could travel to some of the elemental planes. Do you know a portal or a way to traverse them?
My homeworld has weaknesses between the walls of worlds. A few worlds. It's the first place made by the gods. I can get through my homeworld to the elemental plane of airs, the elemental planes of air, and back. But my homeworld is not particularly hospitable to your people. The strength of sunlight alone would burn your skin. It's
Still though, we go to the plane of air, we find Anton. From there, you can get us back to one of the prime material planes, and from there we can get back home. It's uncomfortable, but it's an option.
She looks to your robes. Your robes should be fine. They're robes of greater protection. She like starts glancing at the things that you're wearing. Your armor's dragon scale, that should be okay. The metallic weapons should be fine. She looks down at the boots and the cloaks, shakes her head. You should probably not bring your boots or cloaks with you. Maybe find some greaves or some plate mail to cover the rest of your skin with. It's doable if we tear it off most of anything that's not absolutely needed and protect us the rest of the way. It's doable.
What kind of things exist on the plane of air? Are we likely to run into battle there? Elementals, I assume.
With me, you should be okay. There are few things in this world as fearsome as a fully grown golden dragon, she says with a broad smile. Most creatures would leave us alone.
Tyrael, perhaps Shine and I should go alone.
I shake my head and I look back. Go alone where? To find Anton?
Yeah. That way. If it doesn't work out, you're still here. And if the time effects are worse than we expect, there's still a Magari here. If there's no battle to be had, then maybe, you know, the risks of you coming outweigh the rewards.
I'll turn to my side again and think for a moment.
I get close to him and I whisper to him, I say, whatever happens, Shine will survive. I've already lost a lot. Let me do this.
If you wish, if me going doesn't help us at all, then I suppose that's the decision we'll have to make.
Shine, what else would I need? I could wear my robes. My glasses would be fine, right? Lose the sandals.
I would... You're going to need to cast spells. Your robes should protect most of your flesh. Lose the sandals. We'll have to find a way for you to cover... Well, I guess you can afford to... You can afford some pain, right?
Of course, and if it's just heat, I can protect myself from that. Fire shield.
It's not heat. It's light.
Then I can... I'm sure I can find a way.
She
right?
shakes her head. She'll walk with you out of the castle as you guys are talking and leaving. She'll tell you, she'll advise you on the gear to have, the gear not to have, what to take. She'll talk about the plan. You'll arrive in the plane of air and you'll cast your spell to see how close you are to where Anton is.
Then we walk in a certain direction and we cast it again. And from there we try and extrapolate the direction.
She shakes her head. Well, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay.
If we cast it like 3 times, we can find a direction, we can triangulate.
If that's how it works, let's do it.
We can go. Works? I understand the spell, so is that how it works? Because she was a bit unclear when she was explaining it, but I assume at this point Imric understands it.
Yeah. Your understanding of this spell is that it will sort of tell you how many planes away Anton is from you. So if you're on the plane of air and he's on the prime materia plane, you would be like 1 plane away. You're feeling for the strength of Anton's presence. So Anton's presence would be like strong or overwhelming or something if you're on the plane of air and he's on the material plane. And if your theory about being able to move in a plane to get closer is right, then as you move through the plane of air, you might be closer to Anton or not closer to Anton. But if the plane of air is configured in such a way that, no matter where you are on the plane, he's always 1 or 2 planes away, then you wouldn't really get a triangulation.
But Atrapa said that he was on or near the plane of air, right? that he could breathe, so he has to be in or adjacent to. I mean, okay, if that's how it works, I can also cast the spell now to see how far he is from here.
Mm-hmm. You could cast it from here and get an idea for how many planes away Anton is.
Yeah, okay, well, I'll do that then.
We're going to use some categorizations. And they're not exactly numerically related. It's more like a strength feeling. So where you are now, you can dimly feel Anton's presence. It's dim. Sort of like when you're identifying magic and there's like faint, dim, weak, moderate, strong, overwhelming. You know, there's all these descriptive terms. You can only dimly feel him in this place.
Okay, but can I quantify that? Like, do I feel like that's further away than the plane of air?
You would need to have... Your understanding is that the plane of air is probably quite strong. You're surrounded by air. This world is made up of the plane of air and the other planes. The plane of air should be quite strong right here.
So, where else could he be then? Like, is there sort of secondary planes of air? Like, as it goes from, like, air to earth, is there, like, transitionary planes? Or whatever.
Yeah, that's... You ask Shine these questions?
Yeah, well, I think this is a conversation with
yeah.
Shine.
No? Let's see. It's a good metaphor for it. How close are you to your liver?
Well, it is me.
Yes, exactly. If you were in your liver, how far do you have to travel to get to you? It is you. It's part of you.
Mm-hmm.
So in the plane of air, you don't simply fly to the material plane. It's not like the sky is the plane of air. It is... It's difficult to talk about these high concepts.
Well, this spell...
But it is this space, and it is this space removed on a different plane.
Given your understanding, do you think you could use this spell to help us move in the right direction?
Which spell?
The spell I learnt.
I don't know how that spell works. If you tell me that it brings you close, that Anton is in a direction.
No, it's not a direction. More like how many planes removed from where you currently are. Right now, I can feel him, but he's far.
Then if we go to the plane of air, we can see if he's closer. Yes.
And
but I don't think...
with that information. Can we move to the
I
next
listened
plane?
to what Atropos was saying. She looks around to make sure no one else is like listening in on this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
She talked about the ways that you focus spells to travel between planes and needing components to resonate.
Catalyst.
Yeah, a catalyst. Right. If the plane of air needs a catalyst that, for example, this is probably not the right catalyst, but is a sapphire, and the shadow plane needs a catalyst that is a cricket, and Anton is halfway between the plane of air and the plane of shadow, then the catalyst would be somewhere between a diamond and a cricket, and then you would just need, once you know the bordering planes, I'm sure you could find a catalyst that would be appropriate to get partway in. You know, if a diamond gets you here and a cricket gets you
These
here.
catalysts let you travel between the areas.
My understanding is the spells let you travel, but they need to be attuned to the right area, that the magical energies need to be focused into something that will open to the right place. It's you know,
but we don't have a spell to travel. We can't just walk or fly or travel from one to the other.
That's my understanding. Imric, I hate to say it, but maybe we should deal with the things here on this plane of existence
given up too much, Shine. It's back out now. You never
Gambler's
played cards.
fallacy.
I'm pot committed.
Well then, there. I don't know how to help you. You want something that I don't know how to give you.
If we go to the plane of air, we cast the spell there. We see how it feels. Unlikely to be too much lost, right? We can get back safely enough.
Yeah.
Let's do that then. At least then we can observe the impact on time.
Do you have a way to get you to teleport from my prime material plane to here?
You had a portal, right? First time I met you, you came through one. I assume that's where it went.
She shakes her head. No, that was elsewhere on Solemn.
So how do you travel from one to the other?
We dragons have our ways. I've never taken a human with me.
Well,
I've never heard of a human taking these routes. I imagine if it doesn't work for you, you would just fall out of the sky and you would feather fall or teleport, or you have your ways of surviving an endless fall, I'm sure.
What, I'd fall back here?
Well, we need to fly very high in the sky to get to my home world. Very, very high. So yes, you would just fall as we slip between realms. I don't know if it would be a straight fall. We're dealing with uncharted territory, Emric. I don't have answers anymore for these questions.
Maybe we
We've reached
don't
the
need
edge.
it. If Foxombar can hold the gate open long enough for me to cast the spell, perhaps we can just walk back through.
That's true. If it's that fast and the portal can be, if you can hold it for that long.
It is faster. It's like the casting time of the spell. It's not like 10 minutes.
No, it's one round.
Okay. Right.
We'll need a way to brace you. No, you have a whole.
I can. Yeah.
Yes.
Free action.
Should be fine. Should be fine. We should just go in and out through the same portal. That's the fastest.
We can probably do it now. Let's go back to them.
Okay. You soon find yourself. I don't know, Tyrael. You wouldn't have stuck around to talk to Arksomber on your own, would you?
Not unless she waved me down. No.
No. All right. So you'll find Tyrael very quickly. If you need Tyrael, or if you want to go straight to Arksomber, you can go straight to Arksomber.
Yeah, well, I gathered Tyrael on the way.
All right. Party reunited. Back into the keep. Arksomber, surprised to see you so quickly.
Somba, do you have whole portal ready today?
I have a scroll.
Good. I go up to Tyrael and I take him aside and I say, "It's looking grim. I'm not sure. I think we need more magics to be able to travel from the plane of air to wherever Anton might be."
Well, once you get to the plane of air, you can try to see how far away he is from there.
Yeah, but you know, maybe there's some way I could make the deal with Atropos.
No, we'll figure it out. Just go through the portal, see what you see. We'll measure the time difference, come back, then we'll plan from there.
Okay. I wait for Oxamba to get a scroll ready. Maybe we should do this in a room that doesn't have loads of books and stuff around, because it's obviously...
We should do this outside, she says.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go outside then.
You'll need to leave the city so you don't fuck everything up.
Well,
we can find a safe place out in the woods. Not a problem.
All right. I look at Shine, I look at Tyrael, I look at Arksombar, and I grab my stick of chalk and draw a portal and open it to the plane of air.
Instantly, a huge gush of air rushes forth as Arksombar intones the last word on her scroll and reaches out and touches the portal, holding it open temporarily.
And, you know...
Shine is in human form because the portal's not big enough to allow her dragon form through.
Yeah. I cast Fly on myself with the ring.
Okay. She grabs your hand and leads you through. Both of you wearing rings of free action. And soon you find yourself on the plane of air.
What is around me?
Air.
We'll find out when we come back from our break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Tombs of Scoria. Imric, you are with Shine, and the two of you are suspended in a cloud. It is moist, it is damp, it is still, and there's not really much to see. It's just sort of mist before you in all directions. You can hear the sound of air blowing somewhere else, not here. And you can hear the distant roll of thunder if there's a storm somewhere else, but not here. You're just...
I look behind me. Can I still see the portal?
You do. You see the cloud sort of like being pulled into the portal.
Can I see them on the other side?
No.
Okay, what does it look like? Just shimmering.
Well, mostly you just see the moisture of your cloud being pulled in that direction, and yet you've gone through far enough that the area where you are seems to not be affected by the constant pull of air, which is a little bit odd because you'd expect it to pull from every direction equally, but you're in a still point, and yet, 15 feet over there at the edge of your vision, you can see the movement of the cloud.
Do I feel like I'm having to fly here, like I would be falling if I didn't have fly cast on me?
There's only one way to find out.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Okay, if I can't tell, then I can't tell. It's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I do what I came to do, which was to cast the spell to detect Anton.
Yes. He's not here. You can feel him more clearly. Instead of being dim, you can weakly feel him. It's stronger, but it's still weak. He's connected to this plane, but he's still a little bit removed.
But I feel like where Anton is to here is further than from here to the prime material plane. Like, I don't feel like I've traveled halfway.
Correct.
Right, so
you feel like you've traveled less than halfway.
I share this with Shine. I say he's closer, but he's still far. Maybe we're 30% of the way, 40% of the way. I don't know really what that means. We don't have much time to think about it.
Do you want to wait the full duration of the spell? Or... She looks back at the portal. If time is passing separately, should we go back as soon as possible so it doesn't slip?
Yeah, that's probably wise. Let's head back through. Now we'll float towards the portal.
Yeah. When she stepped through, she took dragon form on the other side. And so she will let you go first, and then she'll kind of like do a swoop so she can go towards the portal and then shift and like kind of flop herself through in human form on the way.
Yeah.
So you will elegantly walk through the portal, and she will sort of like step and stumble and take a couple of human awkward gangling half shape shifted through the portal steps on the other side. And soon our party is back together in the woods outside of the capital in Drekis.
How long were we gone?
You should be able to tell. You look at the sun, see if it like changed significantly. Yeah.
It's been like a minute or two. It's been no time at all.
So it feels like the time passed in the same way.
Yeah, but with you would have needed stopwatches to even notice the difference.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Well, he's definitely closer there than he is here, but it's still not most of the way.
Are you able to continue traveling through, or?
I look around. I look at Oxombar and realize I can't speak openly, but I say, I understand there's some need for a catalyst. I think, based on my research, that there's more spells. We need specific spells to travel between the planes. That spell that Sombar was talking about, we could research it, but it would take months, and I'm not even sure I'd be able to cast it.
Huh. Well, if that's it, then I suppose we're back to Bravo, yeah?
I nod. I think so, then. I guess...
Bravo? Arcsomber questions?
I'm sure you've got a book that you can read about it in your tower. And then I nod to Shine, and I say, let's not waste time, let's go.
As Tyrael climbs on Shine, I walk over to Oxombar, and I sort of stand next to her, and I'll say...
She's seated on a horse at this point.
Okay, well, I come up to her horse, I put my hand on its rump, and I'll say, honestly, and I mean this, I know wizards are curious, but it's best you don't know.
What have you seen?
Maybe one day I'll tell you, but really, for your own sake, don't ask any more questions. I'll tell you what you need to know when we return.
She looks deeply into your eyes. You've changed a lot since when I first met you.
We've been through a lot. It'd change anyone. And then I, like, slap a horse.
It and starts to trot, and she kicks it in and takes off.
And I walk back and get on the dragon.
Yeah, she's
We're off
fully
light.
shifted into dragon form again, stretching her wings.
As we travel, we can talk. I
Yeah.
can talk to Tyrael. What's the plan here? Are you going to take the deal she offered, or should we try and negotiate for something else?
We'll leave. This is a creature that can be negotiated with, so we take the deal.
I just, guess don't say much after that. But at least it's not a cost we've got to pay now,
Indeed.
Okay, we fly for 2 days in probably, like, I would say, not awkward silence. I'm sure words are spoken, but it's like there's something hanging over us. And I think Imric feels dread as we start, as we see the coastline of Bravo in the distance, and we start to fly closer and closer to those islands.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's a large, heavy storm always over Bravo. Maybe not every day. Well, every day for a part of the day, not all day. But you've arrived during one of these stormy periods in the morning. You can make your way to the far side of the island, and Shine will dip below the clouds occasionally, looking for the spot on the mountain, not wanting to hang out below the clouds most of the time because there's lightning down there. She's not immune to lightning. But eventually she'll come and dip down, see where Atropos' lair is, remembering this section of mountain, take one final ascent above the clouds, grip a side of the mountain with her claws so that there's no more wind and she can speak, careen her head looking straight back at you from in front, because dragons can turn their heads around 180 degrees to talk to people on their backs. It's definitely a thing. And ask, are you sure? We're here.
If we're here, I'll just hop off and I'll climb up, or go where I need to go to enter the thing.
All right.
Yeah.
And she'll dip below the clouds. Well, yeah, same plan as last time. Emmerich, you fly off.
Yeah,
you
sure.
Spider
I'll
climb
fly.
him.
Yeah.
I prefer to wait outside if it's all the same to you.
It's all the same.
Yeah.
Okay. Done.
I will hover outside the lair until Tyrael gets there, rather than go in. In fact, I think I come and accompany him as he's climbing down, floating down next to him, and I say, when all's said and done with Scoria, King Gilda, perhaps we could find his firstborn. Maybe you can settle the debt another way.
I shake my head. Who knows? We'll see what happens.
Alright, I wait for Tyrael to climb in, and then I float in behind him.
In the party goes. It's dark and storming outside, but it's still, the daylight shines through enough that you can see the insides of the cave. There is Atropos at the back, smiling. She leans forward, wafts vapors towards her face. Ah, yes, they've come back. I knew he would come back. I can see the future,
You wouldn't be much of a seer if you couldn't. Tell me the exact terms of this deal.
One day, Tyrael McGarry, she says, not quite looking at you, but slightly off to the side. One day, you will bear a son or a daughter, your firstborn child, of which there may be many, or may not. But your first one is mine.
I nod and shake my head and shrug my shoulders. It's as fine a deal as any. What item do you have for us to travel the plains?
I need you to come and shake my hand on that deal. She reaches out her long fingernailed hand, those knotty, gnarled, wrinkly knuckles.
Yeah, I'll take a few steps forward. I'll extend my hand.
Her grip is uncomfortably strong for a frail old woman. She shakes your hand a couple times. Her gloves keep you from actually touching her skin, thankfully. And when it's done, she cackles and smiles and says, excellent, excellent. I can give you your planar manipulator, and I will send you off in your direction, your first direction. And I will do one more favor for you, Brothers McGarry. One more. I will give you a guide. A guide who will help you on your way, and who will protect you from the elements that would ordinarily rend your flesh, tear your spirit from your bones, and drive you to the brink of insanity. A guide that will aid you on your quest.
And where is this guide?
You'll meet them when I shove you through the plains with your manipulator.
You're gonna teach me how this manipulator works? Am I gonna be able to use this later on?
Of course, of course. Did you bring me something to eat?
No, we didn't bring you anything more to eat. Maybe you feasted enough.
You already shook on the deal.
Oh, I did. Are you ready?
How long is this gonna take? In human years or in time on this plane?
What?
Whatever
How
we're
long
about to
will-
do. We have a friend outside. We're not gonna leave here waiting for days.
I don't know how long your journey will take you. There are many variables, and the path before you is uncertain. But time it will take. Planes will be traveled. Your friend waiting outside? She pauses and leans forward and kind of gets really low to the ground and does like a couple of short, like sniffing as if trying to test the quality of the smell. Comes back and says, "Your friend will not be here when you return. But you won't return here. I'm sure you'll find your way home somehow. But let me be clear with you. This item, this manipulator I give you, it'll allow you to travel to any plane but once. Whenever you leave a plane, this item will not permit you to return to it. So you cannot come home until you are home for good." Are you ready?
What a worthless item. Can we go outside and grab our dragon friend?
No, she will not go. She will not work with this. She's... Nashimura kind of seethes for a moment and shakes her head. Not her.
Well, I suppose I might as well go outside and send her home then, if that's the case. Where are we going to appear when we come back here? Actually, you know what?
Does it matter?
I looked at Emmeric's amulet. No, it doesn't. I'll be back. Give me a moment. I'll go to the entrance of the cave and I'll shout out to Shine and I'll say, "Shine, we're going to take some interdimensional trip. We'll meet you back at the capital, hopefully tonight or tomorrow, or never, who knows. But we'll be back as soon as we can." Agreed?
Are you sure, Tyrael?
There's not much else we can do.
She releases her grip from the stone wall, lets herself fall for a moment before spreading her wings and taking off.
As she takes off, I'll shout out to her. I was like, if anything happens to us or befalls us, obviously your service transfers to the Queen of the Kingdom. Good luck.
She cries in acknowledgement.
Yeah. I'll look back to Emmerich and then back to the seer.
Let's do another one of these brief flash forwards, Tyrael, to another time in the distant future. And similar to Emmerich's, the exact form that this will take might vary, but for the sake of scene setting, you're in your castle. Your castle. You're in the birthing room. Your lord wife is there on the bed, a cleric of Martha before her, between her legs, ready to catch your firstborn child. Outside, just like this day in this cave, there is a storm raging. You can hear the rolling thunder. You can see the splits of lightning. And it's been a long time. Scoria has come and gone. Many battles have been fought. You have positioned yourself at the head of a mighty empire. And this deal with Atropos seems distant, and yet you remember it. There comes a knock at the door. One of your guards, undoubtedly. I assume you answer it.
Oh,
during
yeah,
the
I thought you were
birthing
just talking...
process,
Yeah.
No.
Well, the actual story is I'm just fucking a random hooker, and I'm gonna see if that child gets abducted, but we'll do this one. But anyway, the guard comes to the door. Of course I answer it, yeah.
Yeah, and he tells you that outside the gate, there are 4 people dressed head to toe in dark robes, cannot see skin color, cannot see species, cannot tell anything about them, and they have set all the dogs and horses amok. They've called, asking for you.
Yeah?
Should we let them in?
I mean,
They seem monstrous, but you know things that I don't.
Imagine if it's what I think it is, then yeah, you'd have to, yeah.
They shut the door. Your wife screams in the labor pains as the clerics and the accompanying people say, "Keep breathing, sweetie, keep breathing! Big breath now, big push now!" A few minutes pass. How are you feeling at this moment in time? How would your future character be feeling? Your queen on the bed, giving birth to your firstborn.
I mean, I feel like if this is happening, I feel like either one, it would have been a random prostitute I would have had sex with, maybe. Or 2 would have been a conversation I probably would have had in advance.
She would know this ahead of time then. Because if you've been trying to knock up hookers, it hasn't been working.
Okay. Then this would have been a conversation I would have had in advance then with my wife, that it's a possibility.
Right. That would be the queen's daughter. That this is a... Let's quickly revisit that possibility then, that scene, when you would have not been a dark and stormy day. What day would you have this conversation with her? Is this like after you get married, before you get married?
Probably be after, and then it'd be in some night.
When she's pregnant, before she's pregnant?
Probably before.
Where would you talk to her about this? Because this is like a relationship, serious relationship conversation. Well,
it's not like she could leave. Okay, let's be real. I don't know. We'd be probably in our room, and I would just bring it up. I'd say I made a great many deals, great many sacrifices to get to where I was today, and one of those might involve our future child. Anything's possible.
What does that mean? Have you squired them or promised their hand in marriage?
I might have promised them to a demigod that crawls along a cave and breathes in vapors. Or maybe not.
What do you mean?
Some things it's better for you not to know the details of, but we're not where we were by accident. It took a lot to get here. I'll just say that much.
I know. She has like a dark look on her face. The costs have been immeasurable. And our potential future child is one of those costs?
Potentially, but just the first one. We can have many more.
Is there anything else? What can you... What is the... Tyrael? Tell me. I am your consort. We are in all things together.
What else do you need to know?
I need to know what it means.
It means that on the night that our first child is born, it might be the case that the child is taken from us. I'm not sure yet.
Will we see it again?
I have no idea. I truly don't know. It was a malevolent creature that I dealt with.
And you promised it your firstborn.
Unfortunately, that was the cost for defeating Scoria.
She understands. And unless you bring it up, the topic is never talked about again.
Good.
Until the night with the storms and the men at the door who come on into the castle, dressed head to toe in like folding dark robes that make it impossible to see who or what they are. They stand with the guard, shaken and ashen at your birthing room door. As outside, the rain and the lightning. Inside, the cleric of Martha, goddess of life and creation, helps deliver your firstborn child, who is a baby boy. And as the final screams of birthing pains come through, the dark-robed figures sort of enter the room. Your wife screams once to the birthing mother, what do you call her? The midwife, to let her hold her son at least once. The midwife looks to who these people are fucking coming in the room and says, Lord Tyrael, please, this is a sacred moment. Send these people away. Surely this is not important.
Can I ask a question before anything happens?
Yes.
I'm sure we've read stories or heard myths or rumors as the gods apparently walk among us. What are the fate of men that try to trick gods?
Some people get away with it. Some people suffer horrible ends. Is this a moment where you would attempt to trick someone?
To come this far and then fuck up? No, probably not. Well, man, if we've come this far, theoretically, we would have slain Scoria. The mightiest creature. What is Scoria's power stack up? Like, Scoria demigods?
It's just not as strong as a demigod?
Is the weakest demigod stronger than Scoria? What?
Oh, no, the weakest demigod's super weak. See, weakest demigod is like, first level fighter.
Just curious, looking ahead to this future, do I feel like a level 17 rogue? If I'm 15 now, how strong am I feeling?
If you're 15 now, you feel like you're at least 16. Probably 17. Hell, you might even be level 18 by the time this is all done.
I might be level 18.
Yeah.
How many years into the future is this?
Who knows?
Okay, a few years. I've spent a lifetime then. I've spent years studying and reading tales about Atropos. What information do I gather?
Very little.
Nothing? No tales of any human consorting with or interacting with? Nothing of her cutting deals, anything like that?
She seems not to be in many history books. The only things you hear are the occasional words that once upon a time there was a great wizard in Bravo who studied under a timeless witch with dark appetites, and maybe, a reference here or there, but nothing more than just like a name that's a footnote in a passage. Then this might be, 6 months down the line that this moment transpires. This might be 3 years down the line that moment transpires. It's hard to know how much information you would have had ahead of time. And this moment that we're playing out is a theoretical moment.
A theoretical
maybe not the
moment,
actual
subject to
one
change.
that comes to pass.
Yeah?
Yeah. But
Okay,
just
subject
a
to
flavor of
theoretical flavor of it. I am a master of poisons at this point. I would have given my wife a vial of a slow-acting poison that would put to sleep and kill somebody within a matter of hours or days, maybe. And I'd have her feed it to the baby before handing it off to these fucking freaks. That's what I would do.
So as they stand in your doorway and your wife begs the cleric of Martha to hand her her newborn babe, it's your job to delay these dark creatures enough that your wife can feed the babe its poison.
Yeah.
How do you delay these dark creatures?
I mean, I would take my time walking to the door, checking who it is, verifying the identity, asking for identification, realizing... Or go ahead.
They stand there, hoods over their faces, impossibly magically shrouded on the inside to reveal no details of who or what they are. Robes longer, sleeves longer than their hands.
Yeah, I'll take a moment. I'll call up some guards, have them come to the door, slowly
Yeah,
make them open
they were
it.
escorted by a guard to get here, and the guard is like pale and ashen,
Mhm.
shaking slightly.
Yeah, I'll slowly let them in, but I'll take my time. Hopefully they have enough time to figure out their thing, yeah.
Okay. Just sort of like a very physically slow process.
Yeah, just like dragging my feet, yeah.
After the cleric of Martha hands over the new child, umbilical cord still attached, she storms over to these creatures. How dare you enter this sacred room at this hour? Do you know what's going on here? And then she looks at you, Tyrael. What is this?
It's better for you to not even know. I couldn't even begin to explain it to you.
One of them says in a low voice, "It's time. Hand me the child."
Do I hear any crying yet? Are we in the room yet? Or
Oh yeah, there's crying.
Oh.
Yeah. You're in the room. There is crying.
Then I assume that the babies are... I mean, I would look to my wife for a knowing nod.
She gives you a single nod and kisses the child on the forehead.
Yep, I'd grab
Cuts the umbilical cord, and it's herself.
I'd grab the child and I'd give it to one of the four. Yeah.
The cleric of Martha, her jaw drops, aghast. What? She looks around the room. What? Someone say something! This is madness!
This is my child.
The four figures begin to retreat. Go ahead.
Yeah, you've been brought here to help with the delivery. We appreciate you for that. I mean, a cleric of Martha lecturing me on my life or passing judgment on me. I think that's for your God to do.
She returns to your wife to talk to her and console her as the four figures retreat through the castle. And that's good enough for me.
Imric
People will say
watches
the child was
about me
stillborn.
as the figures walk off with his nephew.
Why?
Mm-hmm.
Emmeric's not there, though, actually. He was killed by collapsing rocks in the cave when we went to fight Scoria, and he couldn't get out in time before suffocating.
My greatest enemy, no!
He was one round away from suffocating beneath the rocks when he opened a bag of holding and put one inside the other to see what would happen.
All right.
Good one.
Back in the lair of Atropos on Bravo. You've dismissed Shine. She's fled. She promises to follow after your family if you all fail to come back. Imric, you accompanied him to the edge of the cave?
Yes, so as not to be standing alone with Atropos.
Yeah. The two of you return to the cave, to the vapors.
I filled some empty vials with vapors before I go. Say three. I'll say three. That's
3 vials of vapors. Excellent.
Yeah.
Oh, my dear princes. Are you ready? I need you to lay down on either side of my crevice. Put your heads in and smell. Rest your heads close to me. I'll need to hold you there to send you off.
Well,
Gives her
lay
a
it
nod.
down. We do as she asks. Yeah.
Yeah. She rests her fingers on your scalp, pushes your heads close enough to the crevice that leads right up to between her knees, and makes sure, waits to feel you breathing in enough that she's convinced you've inhaled of the vapors. And you will begin to sort of swoon, and your vision will blur, and it feels like you are sort of falling still in a place that you cannot go. And I think that's the end of our session for the day.
Wow.
Right. Into plane of travel. You thought Glacier was far away.
Well, I guess that's it.
Are we back with a meeting next week, Neil, or is it going to be a while?
You will meet a guide. Mr. Mooten will play your guide.
Oh, cool. All right.
Okay. Next week we kind of don't have an episode because we just did it this week on the 28th.
Yeah.
Then the next week will be on the 4th. Will be the next episode, which I think will be at the normal time.
Yes.
August 4th.
Yes, I am out of town. Starting on like the 23rd of August for like 3 weeks.
Jesus Christ, where are you going?
Maybe 3.5 weeks, Nevada.
Burning Man.
Burning Man is 3 weeks.
It is when
1
you go
week.
hard.
Corbu's
So 1 week, but he
going
needs
to
2
another
weeks to
plane.
recover.
It's a 2-day drive.
I don't know if he's gonna make it
each
back.
direction.
Mooten's saying he can't do the 4th.
Um,
Fuck. Well, we can't fucking wait like a month and a half to play
a
again.
month and a half. Oh no.
We'll work something out.
We could do 11 and 18 or something, or I don't know.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
We'll work it out.
Yeah.
It'll be a while.
You could play the guide now.
We'll figure something out.
No.
Real quick, for Koibu, do the gods view Atropos and strong entities like dragons as abominations, failed creations, or interesting additions to the prime material plane?
I guess that really depends on the thing that they're viewing.
For
Right?
Nick,
I mean, maybe
don't
it's an
know.
abomination. Maybe it's an addition. It all depends on the things.
For Nick, if you're going to sacrifice one baby, don't stop at one. You're already a monster. This woman makes every dragon you have encountered so far look like babies. If she has been alive since before the beginning of the world, she has so much lore, and I guess if you feed her enough babies, maybe she'll lead you to somewhere where actual good loot is. That's supposed to be a question, but that's not a question.
I was hoping I was going to wake up with that coveted +1 intelligence. Like the only way she can teach me the spell. 'Cause
Oh,
third
it's to
level,
make you
by giving
smarter.
me +1 int. But never mind,
All right. Well, I guess
Make
we'll
a deal
see you
with the devil.
guys in kind of like a week and a half. Yeah.
Yep. We'll work
On the
something
4th.
out.
Yeah. No, the 8th.
Next, we can't play the 4th.
Yeah.
The 8th's
Yeah.
my birthday, so I can't do the 8th.
We'll figure something out.
Oh wait, well, that's a Monday. No,
Yeah.
maybe I can't.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, not 8th. Yeah, 11th. Yeah. Okay.
We'll see you guys later. Peace out.
Bye-bye.
Wait, hold on, real quick, guys. This isn't real, right? There's no way this is real. Is this a deep fake?
And as always, Wakanda forever. Paid for by Kamala Harris. And
this must be a deep fake, right? It can't be real. I have no idea. Oh my god, what is happening in our world?
And as always, Wakanda forever. Paid for by Kamala Harris. And as
I can't.
And now,
Oh no.
and now, an important message from Senator Kamala Harris.
Oh fuck! It might have been a comedy skit. The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. Oh fuck!
I'm California
I got
Senator
baited by shitty Twitter shit.
Kamala Harris, and I am pleased to announce that I am running for the first ever Senate seat of Wakanda. Now that this beautiful nation has decided to embrace the world by coming out of its self-imposed seclusion, it would be my honor to represent the people of Wakanda. I have.
Fuck me! I got baited. All right. I love you guys. It's been fun. In 2 nights, I have a T-Jump convo, and I might stream a little bit there. And then on the night of the 29th, I'm on some conservative podcast that I think is getting streamed. And then I'm back streaming normal on the 30th, so. I love you guys, it's been fun. Movies? Yeah, while I'm gone, sure. Knock yourselves out. Just don't make the bear mad, whatever that means. I love you guys, it's been fun. Ripper and a cappuccino, poppuccino, hoppuccino, moppuccino, deppuccino, cappuccino, appuccino. Albuccino, my duderinos. I will be back in like 4 days arena, okay? Be careful, my duders. See the mod name to fix your factorial.